Greetings, friends, and happy Wednesday. What is up? Father Axe Keeper, Scratching Way, Dino Please, Space Hopper Copter, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, and everybody else. Welcome, welcome. Thank you very much, Lord Dino, for the continued patronage. Please enjoy your continued membership of the Skull Club. Your dancing skeletons, your duck kings, your various bonds, etc. Scratching Way, welcome, welcome. Hope you guys are ready for some more high-powered Bond action. Welcome, Doctor, what is up? I just really wanted to play more GoldenEye. So we're starting a bit early today. I didn't really have much else going on today, and I was like, you know what? I just want to keep playing. So it would be stupid to just sit around for an extra hour or two when I could just start the stream. As a privileged vacationer, I don't have to worry about, I don't know. I was gonna say schedules. I kind of do in a way. Because my sleeping schedule is getting increasingly deteriorated. And I'm trying my best to maintain a humane and properly civilized sleeping and eating pattern. Not going super great, but I'm trying my best. Had a hunch I might start early. Well, I appreciate you sticking around. I would be remiss not to mention that I do have a Discord server in which I am occasionally somewhat okay at announcing these kinds of things. I didn't make like a big announcement out of it, but I did mention that, like, you know what, I'm probably going to start early. Although I guess it wasn't exactly super precise or anything. I didn't really know. But it is a good idea if you want to keep tabs on the latest goings on and don't want to risk missing extra streams or other kind of things that might be going on. It's not a bad idea to pop in there. And we do, of course, also occasionally watch some films there. We did, of course, most recently watch GoldenEye. I don't know if we will try to watch something this weekend. I have some stuff going on Thursday and Friday, and I'll be streaming Saturday as usual. I haven't really thought about setting anything up for a Saturday night movie night, to be perfectly honest, but I will think about it. Now that I started thinking about it, I can announce that I will think about it, and then maybe we'll do something. We'll see. We'll see. It's a big week, not for Bond perhaps, but for other topics of interest to purveyors of fine culture. Yesterday saw the long-awaited Steam release of the Ninja Warriors once again, which is, of course, a phenomenal action game from our friends at Tango Project. I got the game physical on PS4 on launch, and then I didn't play it for like 3 years. But I finally got around to it for a bit last year, and holy shit, that game is pretty incredible. And it is now available on Steam. And you know, better late than never. Kiki Kai Kai took like, what, a couple of months? And I guess Wild Guns also didn't launch concurrently on Steam, but it came out, you know, in a somewhat timely fashion. And then the Ninja Warriors took like 4 years. But hey, it's out now. It's $20. I guess it's still actually a little bit cheaper because it's on launch discount. I should definitely buy it, but I'm a little bit hesitant to spend extraneous amounts of cash, given that I have been spending extraneous amounts of cash on, I don't know, this shit. I've been spending a lot of cash on a lot of stuff recently, so I try to, at least until I get a paycheck tomorrow, I'm gonna slow down just a little bit. But everyone else should buy it. Tomorrow sees the release of the first, I guess, in 5 years, new Double Dragon video game. And this one looks pretty dang promising. It's made by our friends at what are they called? I forget. The guys from Singapore, whatever. They made Streets of Red. Damn, I can't remember anything. And that game was really great, despite having fairly obnoxious referential sort of, you know, the cake is a lie style humor. But we played that on stream. I think what happened, if I recall correctly, someone redeemed the beat 'em up guidance and they let me pick. So I just like, hey, you know what? This is a game that I never hear anyone talk about, and it's really cool. Streets of Red, Devil Dare Deluxe, I think it's called, something like that. And after we read about it, I was like, you know what? Fuck it, we should just play it. So we played it for a bit. I think I did like one playthrough on stream, and it is still great, and no one still talks about it. Maybe people will come back and discover it at this point. I'm not really sure, but regardless, it's a game that has cool pixel art and a very, in my opinion, interesting structure, because it has some light kind of rogue-esque elements. So it is essentially an arcade length, an arcade paced game, but it has some elements of randomized like power-ups or like level ups or abilities or whatever you'd call it. Like, you kind of build out your character, and there's this mechanic basically where there's a risk reward thing where you can choose to spend money on upgrades between rounds, or you can hold on to your money, and by the time you reach the end of the game, you need to have a certain amount of money to get to the real ending. And from everything I've seen, which is a lot of the early promotional stuff, but nothing basically of the hands-on video stuff that have come out in the last couple of weeks, Double Dragon Gaiden looks to be almost identical to Streets of Red in terms of its basic structure. It's got a lot of additional mechanics, the probably most notable being that it's like a tag system thing. You pick two characters, you can swap between them. But a lot of the core fundamentals of the functionality of the kind of super meter to use special moves, that when you kill enemies with a special move, it triggers a specific sort of KO state that drops coins and items, and you get like bigger bonuses for killing multiple enemies with the same move, etc., etc. And it looks really cool. And unlike Streets of Red, it has like a very nice, colorful art style, because the pixel art is still mostly similar. It's the same lead artist, and they still do great work. But Streets of Red had this extremely subdued, like sepia-toned visual style that fit well enough for its kind of tone and subject matter. But for Double Dragon, I'm glad they're not going for something that sort of specifically stylized. But anyway, I would hope that people in chat, people watching this stream, have already seen it and are familiar with the game. This is not a Double Dragon stream, so we're not going to go more into it than that. But yeah, it releases on the 27th, so whether that is today or tomorrow may depend a little bit on your time zone. I sent an email to their PR department and basically inquired whether I would be able to have any kind of sponsorship opportunity or something. They got back to me pretty quickly, and they were like, or someone got back to me and they were like, oh, this looks interesting, because I, you know, of course I gave them kind of my credentials, and they're like, oh, I'm gonna make sure that the such and such team will get in touch with you when it's time for blah blah blah. And I never heard anything back. I could maybe hassle them, but I feel like, you know what, I mean, it was a long shot to begin with. It's not like I'm expecting or demanding that they're going to give me free shit or early access or anything, but I thought it was worth a shot. And the fact that they replied to me at all, I think was, you know, they didn't have to do that. But I was obviously planning on buying the game on release regardless, or, you know, I was planning on playing it Whether I have to spend my own money or not, it's, you know, it's not the biggest issue. It would have been fun to do something with it, but I kind of figured, because a couple of weeks ago they had like a whole bunch of streamers and YouTubers drop videos of the game, and it's like, oh, okay, I guess they did their thing where they let people have hands-on access, and it's not like I feel slighted. I'm like, who the fuck am I? But like I said, it was a long shot, but I thought it was worth asking. And at least I can just go into it like I would any other game. We can play it. It's no pressure, no what's the word? No collusion. But I'm looking forward to playing it either way. Yeah, kind of the same, Father Axe Keeper. I like, it was close enough to release that it's like, you know what? I'm like, watching more videos at that point is not going to have any influence on my decision to buy the game or play the game. It's not going to I mean, it's not going to like ruin the experience or anything either, but I think especially if I'm streaming it, it will be more entertaining probably for myself and viewers if I'm seeing things for the first time and I'm going in a little bit more blind. Like when the first trailer dropped, like it's interesting to sort of just look at it extremely closely to sort of you know, put it under a magnifying glass and try to figure out whatever you can, like what details about the game can you suss out from the like 30 seconds of footage. But once you kind of have a good grasp on what it is, I'm cool and I don't really need to see more. What's up, opponent? You don't want to play it, but you don't expect it to be your jam. Did you play Streets of Red? I'm just curious, because that's like that's the biggest reason I'm excited for the game. Like when the game was first announced, when the trailer dropped, like instantly I watched the trailer and it's like, oh shit, it's just Streets of Red. Like it's that game but Double Dragon. Sick. Obviously if you have played that game and you know that you didn't like that game, then I guess you would have the exact same reaction, or the opposite of it, I suppose, where you already have an idea of what to expect, and that's, you know, I don't expect it to deviate too far from that. So being presumably similar to a game I enjoyed, I expect to enjoy it. But you know, there's plenty of other games that are like that. You can kind of you can kind of reference or compare it to something that something that's a known quantity, and if it's something you know that you don't like, you know, then I guess that's it. Yes, Conductor, Double Dragon Gaiden Rise of the Dragons, which comes out tomorrow. Yeah, Streets of Red is the previous game from the same developers. I think I have it on PS4. It is on Steam, I'm pretty sure. It might have been on a few other platforms. At this point, like, you might as well just check Double Dragon, I guess. But I played and enjoyed Streets of Red a number of years ago, and like honestly, my biggest sort of issues that I have with Streets of Red was that the art is so kind of brown and muddled. It's not like the animation, the art's great, but it's still like not that like pleasant to look at. And it's also like it's got this kind of horror theme. It's like the city is overrun with zombies and monsters, so it's got a tiny bit of that sort of Binding of Isaac gross out gore stuff, but it's still kind of cutesy, pixely, so it's not really off-putting. But it is like the setting is this kind of grimy, gross zombie apocalypse. But then more so than that, I mean, that's already not really my favorite setting, at least not the way it's depicted there. But the bigger issue is that like every character in the game, I think there's like 4 starting characters, and then they added 2 more characters as like a DLC or an update or something, I forget. And like every single character they're all like cosplayers or something, because I think the game starts at this like gaming convention or whatever. So like every character in the game is like very blatantly referencing other video game characters, and there's a lot of dialogue and environment bits and pieces that are kind of jokingly referencing stuff, and it like that shit is like nails on a chalkboard to me. And in spite of all that, I still really like the game. So like I think mechanically it's super solid, and the art's really well done. It's just like in service of something that I find pretty grating. So that's why I'm like extra excited about Double Dragon Gaiden, because I obviously don't know what the tone and humor is going to be like exactly, but they are kind of fully, you know, they're pretty busy doing Double Dragon stuff that I wouldn't expect it to also be like every character is referencing some other game or some shit. And just from looking at it for 2 seconds, you can tell that the visuals are a lot more pleasant because it's so much more colorful. But I suspect that we can probably have more to say about that game on Saturday. Now, I did find out this morning that I had received an invite to the next, or this weekend, I guess, this upcoming Tekken 8 closed network test. So we should probably be checking that out as well. So we'll see. I reckon Saturday will be a little bit of Tekken and a bit of Double Dragon then, I suppose. I have to figure it out a little bit, but something along those lines, I suppose. What else? Oh yeah. A little update on my apartment reorganization project. I posted on Discord as well, but I did finally finish assembling all the shelving and moving the furniture and stuff around. So there's still some stuff just kind of laying around in piles, like, because everything, it's just this big you know, musical chairs type situation of moving all these piles of junk around as you're, you know, assembling and moving furniture around it. So it's a little bit messy still, but essentially my, like, the major pieces of sort of getting stuff out of the apartment, getting my new furniture assembled and put in place, and sort of getting the main sort of setup organized is pretty much complete. What's up, Biff Fraction? Enjoy your lurk. So I did decide that tomorrow I get my paycheck, so I will be ordering my 3D printer. So that's exciting. I still have a little bit of research to do, but I have a basic grasp on what I want to get. I just need to make some final decisions on specific models and take a little bit of a closer look at what kind of peripherals and other kind of things I want to make sure to get, so I don't end up with having this stuff and then just like, well, okay, now I have to go order some more shit before I can actually use it, etc. But more than likely, I should be able to place that order tomorrow, and I would expect to have the stuff probably early next week. And hopefully, I'll be able to spend a little time tinkering with it next week and trying things out before next weekend, which, man, this feels crazy, but next weekend is Evo weekend, and as is tradition, I'll be meeting up with some friends, and we'll be watching Evo, and we'll be playing fighting games, and we'll be barbecuing, and we'll be having a great time, and I will not be streaming any of it because I won't be here to stream. And I'm really looking forward to that, but it's obviously going to be a little bit of a disruption to my schedule. Most likely that first weekend in August, obviously I won't be around for the weekend, but I also most likely will not be back to stream on the Monday following. But we'll figure that out once we get a little closer to it as well. What is Evo? Evo is the Evolution Fighting Game Championships, whatever they call themselves. It's the biggest fighting game tournament of the year. And as of last year, they're back to doing it offline and everything again. And we're not always the exact same group of people, of course, but basically, we've been meeting up to play and watch more or less every year since about 2009 or 10 or whenever you started being able to watch live streams of Evo. So it's always a highlight. And you know, obviously there's big prestigious tournaments which are always exciting to watch. There is usually a lot of big news and everything that comes out, like a lot of companies bring announcements. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm gonna be doing what I'm sure will be a very fun post Evo news roundup analysis stream, which I'm kind of already looking forward to. Who knows? Maybe we will have updates on the new Fatal Fury. I'm sure they will have at the very least another picture to show, but who knows? Maybe it's time to actually reveal the game. And maybe there would be some other shit we don't even know about yet. What is the average price of a decent 3D printer these days? I mean, 3D printers still exist in, you know, the range of prices go from probably $100 something bucks to infinity. But I'm looking to get a resin printer. I don't know too much about filament printers because they don't really interest me much. The main area I'm interested in for 3D printing is like figures and collectible type stuff, which filament printers aren't really super well cut out for. Technically, there are filament printers that can do it okay if you do it at a large enough scale, but resin printers are much better at like tiny detail. Yeah, statues, action figure, custom parts, that kind of thing. So I have very little experience and knowledge about filament printers and that printing technique, but that, you know, people use that a lot for like manufacturing, you know, like replacement parts for stuff. Filament printers tend to be, or filament prints, I guess, they aren't necessarily as fine in detail. They're probably more coarse, like to the touch and to the eye probably as well on the surface. But you can, it's much cheaper. Like the material is cheaper, so it's much better for like printing volume. They're also, I mean, the printers themselves, I reckon, are cheaper as well. And they don't have, like, resin printing has a few more costs kind of associated with it beyond the materials. I forget the word for it because our brain is on half speed right now. Consumables, I guess. I don't know. Like, you have the way resin printers work basically is that you have an LCD screen that lights up to sort of cure the resin. So you have a plate and you have a 3D model and you slice it into slices, right? So each slice is like extremely thin, but you can translate that slice to, you know, a sort of chart that shows you which parts are supposed to be solid and which are supposed to be, you know, empty. So for each slice, the printer, you know, brings the build plate down to the screen, and the screen lights up with a black and white image showing, you know, that shape. And basically the white pixels will cure the resin at that point, and the black pixels will not. And you kind of build up that way, and that screen will eventually wear out, and there are other parts that will wear out. And I'm sure a filament printer isn't, you know, devoid of parts needing replacements, but my understanding is that it's a little more, a little less involved, sort of, in the mechanics of it. But it's great for doing, like, if you're making, you know, costume type stuff. If you want to make like an Iron Man armor or something, you probably would not want to print that on a resin printer because it would be both expensive, but also either very brittle, or using resin that isn't as brittle, exponentially more expensive. Yeah, well, filament printers work a little bit differently, but it's a similar process where you build it up like one slice at a time. But yeah, you will see for sure, like even on resin printers you can see those kind of lines, but it tends to be much more apparent on filament printers. Sean Noonan, what's up, dude? Thanks for the follow. Haven't heard from you in about a million years. I do follow you on Twitter though, so I keep an eye on the stuff you're making. But nice to see you around. Sean and I worked on the same Half-Life mod project like 25 years ago. But yeah, nice to see you, dude. Anyway, I've been dabbling with 3D printing here and there, and I'm far from an expert, but I'm looking forward to learning more now that I actually have one. Well, I don't have it now, but now that I will have one, I'm getting one. So I'm looking forward to messing with it. What was the mod called? We worked on a mod called The Opera. It was based on like Hong Kong action movies. John did levels, I think. I did like just miscellaneous art stuff and whatever else. Yeah, it wasn't one of the most like popular mods, but it had its dedicated community for sure. And it was, I don't know, it's one of those things where looking back at it now, there's so many things about it that was like very amateurish and not very well designed. But I guess we were mostly like a bunch of teenagers working on it. So I mean, that's you know, we got something made and released, and that's pretty incredible. But it was a cool thing to be involved in for sure. Did random stuff, levels, and whatever else. Yeah, I guess that's kind of what most people did. Everyone just, I mean, we didn't. Actually, now that I think about it, I was gonna say we didn't really have like a design doc or anything, but I remember there was sort of a design doc for release 2 that like never happened, and my brain wants to tell me that you actually wrote that, or at least were involved in that part of it, but I can't really recall in too much detail. But yeah, I mean, there certainly wasn't much of a structured, you know, well, not a structured anything really. People just kind of had ideas and did what they thought would be cool, and somehow that like materialized. But you know, it's a lot of fond memories from that time too. Yeah, you did. Okay, cool. I'm retaining a few memories of that former life. But yeah, anyway, I'm as mentioned primarily interested in getting into 3D printing for kind of toy statue-esque purposes, and I'm really looking forward to having proper access so I can spend a little more time learning and messing around with it, because I've had like part of what kind of kickstarted my interest in getting involved with that stuff properly was having access to a resin printer at work. But unfortunately, the way it worked out is that even though I have access to it, I can use it whenever I want. Whenever I have done some test prints and stuff, like the iteration cycle of looking at stuff and troubleshooting and trying to do stuff with it was just far too tedious and troublesome, because I only had access to it at work and not necessarily any time I wanted. And it was just, it ended up that anytime I wanted to poke around at it, a long enough time had passed that I always felt like I was starting over from square one, and I didn't really get anywhere with it. So it's just having it at home is hopefully going to make it a lot easier to, like, the hurdle to sit down and mess with it is going to be a lot lower when I don't have to like go to the office and, you know, all that stuff. Yeah, I'm getting a resin printer for sure. That's like, that part's not up for debate, but it's more about what specific model. And to go back to the original question, like, what does a decent printer cost? Like, you can get a printer for $200 and probably less on discount, like for a resin printer. But new models come out like all the time, so it's, I couldn't give you an exact answer, but I would say, like, in my case, the stuff I would be looking at would be very roughly in the, let's say, 300 to 500 euro range, and that's definitely not the cheapest you can go. There's some like quality of life features and stuff like that, but to the layman, the most obvious difference with like going up in price is the build volume, or the print volume, I should say. And for a 200-300 euro printer, you are likely looking at a, let's say, extremely roughly, 10 by 12 by 18 centimeter volume or something like that. Maybe a little smaller, maybe a little larger. And you can print stuff in parts. You will likely have to print stuff in parts, but the larger volume you have, the more stuff you can print simultaneously. So even if you're printing something like, let's say you're printing like Warhammer minis, if you have a large build plate, you can do a lot more stuff at once. So it'll save a lot of time. But there's a bunch of other, obviously, like the spectrum of features and whatever else, it's pretty wide. So there's just a lot to choose from. But the stuff I'm looking at, like there's a place where I'm most likely going to buy them from, because they have a lot of other stuff I would want to get as well. They have free shipping, etc. And they have a few models on sale. So I'm likely looking at like a choice between, let's say, 3 to 4 different models, and it's just kind of a decision on where I want to go budget wise. Sort of, you want to buy something that's not gonna be immediately, something you buy and use once and go like, oh man, I gotta upgrade, or something where you spend a lot of money on something that isn't like, doesn't make a difference to you at this point either. Yeah, I'm sure filament printers have evolved a shit ton as well, because resin printers sure have. Just in the time I've been sort of following it from a distance in the last 2 years or so. And they all have their uses. Like I've seen from Discords and similar communities, people who do print, because I follow a bunch of 3D sculptors on like Patreon and whatever else, and usually if they have like a Discord, there's like channels for people showing off their prints and discussing troubleshooting and whatever else. And it's pretty common, I've seen, for people, I mean, first of all, it's pretty common for people who have a 3D printer to also have more than one 3D printer. 3D printing is a hobby, and it doesn't require nearly the level of tinkering that it did years ago. You can get stuff kind of off the shelf and just use it and it works. But it definitely is a hobby that appeals to a kind of tinkering sort of attitude, I think. So it's not surprising that a lot of people would have multiple printers. But specifically what I've seen a lot is people who print statues and stuff, that they might use an FDM printer for the base, for example, because the base might not be super detailed. It's typically fairly large in volume. Even if you do hollow it out, it's like, resin is expensive, so you'd rather not print. I mean, if you can get away with printing something with filament, you'd probably rather do that. So people using kind of a mix is not uncommon. Use your large build plate to print entire arcade stick bodies. Yeah, that's a perfect example. Like that's something that you couldn't really realistically do with resin. And I get that you bring up a great point, the opponent, because that's another pretty big difference, like general difference between filament and resin printers, that typically filament printers have much larger print volumes. It's not just a matter of like the materials being cheaper. Like you can, within like a entirely comparable budget, rather than getting a resin printer that can do like this kind of volume, you could probably get a filament printer that can do like 6 to 10 times the volume. It wouldn't surprise me. I don't know that for a fact, but like that's kind of what I would expect. If I had a filament printer, I could absolutely find plenty of uses for it, but it's not like the stuff I'm most excited to tinker with. So, but I am sort of building my little 3D print workshop in my kitchen. That's the idea anyway. So there's probably room to complement my resin printer with a filament printer down the line. The main use for a 3D printer used to be fixing your 3D printer. Yeah, a little bit like that. Yeah, there used to be a given that you would get a 3D printer and you would have to assemble it and kind of build half of it yourself. But that's definitely not the case anymore. Yeah, by all means, Father Axe Keeper, I don't mind people asking me questions about my interests. Make a little Jiggy statue. Well, wouldn't be my first, the first go-to thing. But I have a lot of ideas for things I do want to make. And I have a lot of things I want to, like... As I mentioned, I have a shit ton of models that I've already bought or got for free or, like, got from Patreons, etc. that I want to print. And that's just going to be, like... I'm not going to... I'm definitely not going to print all of them. Because a lot of the stuff, it's, you know, you get sort of bundles, or you get like, oh, here are the models of the month, and like one of them might be up your alley, and there's 3 more that you don't care about. But even just like filtering for the stuff I would hypothetically want to print, I'm not going to realistically do it, because printing it is one thing, but then I would want to, you know, you got to assemble it. There's post-processing of like sanding and making it nice, and then painting, which is probably even more of a time sink. It's something I want to do. And I really want to. I fully intend to get an airbrush and learn that at some point down the line. I just don't want to, like... I can focus on the printing part first and learn that for a little bit, and then at some point down the line I can delve into airbrushing. Like, I don't need, neither for financial reasons or for time sink reasons, needs to get into everything at once. One thing at a time is plenty. What's up, Nasser 2? Welcome. 3D scanning is another interesting thing for sure. I've dabbled a little bit with photogrammetry at work, and my extremely limited experience with it has been so, like, all over the place. But it is, like, really powerful. What I want to mess with more is using 3D, photogrammetry using your phone and using, like, video. Like, there are apps and stuff you can use, and especially if you have a modern phone that has, like, you know, a 3D camera or like a depth sensing camera or whatever. I've seen, like, demos of it working shockingly well, but of course the thing is, like, if you were to look up close at the model, the geometry you get out of it, it's like extremely messy. But it works, you know. It's used a lot for environment art in games and stuff, where, you know, there's steps to the process. You'd probably do a lot of cleanup, but a lot of that, because of its nature, you know, of organic shapes and stuff. And I mean, especially, I guess, not knowing too much about it, but if you're using like nanite in UE5, maybe you don't even need to do much cleanup. But even the cleanup you would have to do for that type of stuff, if it's like rocks and tree trunks and shit, you can sort of automate a lot of that too. It's not, it doesn't necessarily require a lot of hand authored tweaks, but you know, the variables are infinite. So but I would absolutely, like, one of my kind of use cases for it would be, because I have a lot of, you know, figures and model kits and whatever, like, just laying around. Obviously, if you were to take something like that and scan it with photogrammetry, stick it in a, you know, a slicer and 3D print it, it's gonna look like shit, because it's not gonna, like, you're losing like a large chunk of fidelity in every step of the process. But if I had, you know, let's say for example, I want to make custom head sculpts for my Masters of the Universe figures, being able to 3D scan head sculpts of the figures I have, just to have them for reference, for kind of scale and style and whatever else, like within the, you know, the modeling package I'm using, I feel like would be very useful, and might just be fun to mess around with too. So, like, I don't have necessarily a use case in terms of, like, this is what I want to make and this is how it's gonna enable me to make it, but it's like, hey, that's something I would kind of enjoy playing around with. Printers use up a lot of space. I mean, they come in a lot of sizes. But a resin printer that prints, you know, in that kind of volume that I described, I would say they're approximately the size of like a food processor. They're not, you know, they don't take up a large chunk of space beyond the volume that it's using for printing. A little bit, but not like, you know, you don't need a garage for it. But if you have a garage for it, you'll probably be able to fill it up with stuff. But, you know, because you can also, aside from, like, if you have a resin printer, I mean, I would say, I guess a fair way of phrasing it would be, they come in sizes from, let's say, slightly larger than, like, similar to, but with a larger footprint of, like, a soda streamer kind of thing, or like a food processor or something like that, up to the size of like a small refrigerator, basically. Because I mean, you can get printers that have like absurd printing volumes, but the prices just go up exponentially, so they're a lot more expensive, but they do exist. But you also, like with resin printing, because of the chemical process of printing resin, you can't just like grab something out of the printer and it's done. It needs to be cured properly, and it needs to be washed, because resin is toxic. You don't want to be handling that with your bare hands. And there's a lot of stuff like this that sound pretty intimidating, and it requires a lot more kind of steps to go through that you have to be pretty careful with. You know, it's serious business. It's a chemical process, but it's, you know, it's, if you take the correct precautions, it's perfectly safe. But it does involve things that have a certain amount of risk. I mean, it's not really different from like woodworking or something. You can, you know, you can cut your finger off, but you can still do it, you know. You don't technically need anything beyond a printer, but it is usually recommended that you get what they tend to call like a washing and curing device or stations. And that basically, like, a lot of the companies that make resin printers, they also make these kinds of devices, and they're usually kind of similar in size, because the main purpose of it is, again, to provide a volume where your print can, you know, rest. And it's like a two-step process. You usually would rinse the print in like what do you call it, isopropyl or whatever, like alcohol. Some resins are kind of designed to be rinsable in just water, but typically you just want to, you know, because the way the printing works, your print will be solid. You know, it's not technically fully cured. It's not cured all the way through, but it's, you know, it's solid, but it's been dunked and bathed in liquid resin, so it's got like liquid goop all over it, so you need to wash it. And you cure it by exposing it to UV light. So you can cure a 3D print by putting it on your windowsill, or, you know, better yet, outside. The sun is a tremendous source of UV light. However, curing prints using sunlight is not entirely reliable, just because it's not really predictable or consistent. It's going to obviously vary a lot with time of day, time of year, where you are on Earth. And you may not have very simple access, like depending on where and how you are printing stuff, it might not be trivial to just like put something in a window or put it outside. You know, of course you want it to be cured from like all directions. You know, putting it up to be like lit from one direction means that it might not be cured from the other side, so it might not get cured all the way through, etc., etc. So those washing and curing stations usually, like, basically you can put like a bucket or whatever with this like cleaning liquid, and you stick your print in it, and it'll sort of rustle it around for a couple of minutes. And so it's like a thing that has like multiple modes. It's got a washing mode that'll do that, and then it has a curing mode where they come with this because the resin reacts to UV light. The both the printer and the curing washing station always have these what do you call it? It's like a plastic dome or whatever that blocks UV light. So you pull that thing off. It's like a hood, I guess you'd call it. And in the curing mode, you just stick the print on like a rotating platform that spins, and you have this kind of row of lights that just blasts UV light on the print, and it just rotates. You know, it's a little bit like a microwave or something, and you just sit it there for X number of minutes to get like evenly lit from all directions and enough to cure, basically. And then, of course, after that, you'd have to, you know, break off supports, probably do a bit of sanding, depending on various factors. And then it's like priming, assembly, paint, like it's a whole thing. Like I said, I mean, obviously, there's plenty of stuff you could print where painting it might not be a factor. But if you want to do like statues and figures, you'd want to paint them. I've seen mobile trailers at gaming conventions where they take a bunch of pictures and make you a figure. Yeah, that sounds like a 3D printer type of thing. Because yeah, like if you have a setup, like ideally, that's the thing with photogrammetry, you can do it with video. You have a mobile phone and you just like move the phone around. But it's going to be a little bit imperfect for a lot of reasons. So the way that you would like to do it, and the way, you know, if you go to I don't know, game developer or like a, I don't know, company that does like CG shit or whatever, like if they have a proper sort of studio for it, the way you would do it is you set up this matrix of like DSLR cameras, and you know, there's no upper limit to how many cameras you could have, I guess, and you would want it to be like as evenly lit as possible from every direction, and you rig it up so that you press a button and you snap a picture at the exact same instant from every angle. And then by finding landmarks in every picture, software can sort of triangulate the position of each camera. Although again, if you've built a permanent setup like that, it wouldn't surprise me if you, like, that step is like, you can almost kind of bypass it, because you can have it calibrated such that the position of each camera is already known to the software. And from that, it can then just, you know, piece together the visual information into a 3D model. Yeah, that shit's definitely pretty cool. Something I would like to mess with more. Well, that was a fun little aside, but we're burning precious sunlight here. Speaking of, we started the stream early to have time for additional Bond, and here we are talking about 3D printing for like an hour. I enjoy it. I'm having fun. I don't mind it, but let's not get too carried away. Let us, in fact, check in with the main topic for today's stream. We are continuing our journey through GoldenEye 007 for the Nintendo 64. This game does not still require much of an introduction. But yeah, you guys know this game. Everyone knows this game. In fact, one thought I had earlier today was like, I should ask chat if there's anyone in chat, anyone viewing this who is as inexperienced with this game as I am. I feel like this is a game that everyone's played more than I have, which is, I mean, there's plenty of games that like that, but it's pretty unusual for me to be playing that kind of game on stream, because I usually play old weird shit. Rich, you never played it? All right, sick. I don't mind. I think it's fun and it's interesting to get the perspective of, you know, it's mutual, right? I'm sure for people, it's everyone kind of enjoys watching somebody play one of your favorite games for the first time, with a caveat of it coming with a little bit of its own kind of frustration. But it's fun. It's fun to see what people think of something you have, you know, that you hold very dearly. Father actually put maybe 500 hours into it. Stoked to see people playing it for the first time. Yeah, I mean, that's how it goes usually. Like, as long as you can keep an open mind about it, and not be too... I think it it can be very different with different types of games, right? Playing a Dark Souls or something is usually a miserable experience for everyone involved, because people in chat get super mad at you playing it wrong, and you get upset at people yelling at you for playing it wrong, and no one's having fun. But other games can be like, you know, someone making an earnest attempt at enjoying something that you feel is like a niche kind of thing. You just want to do everything in your power to make it an enjoyable experience for them. I think certain games can be a little bit more like that. But for me, I think it's fun to play something that a lot of people have experience with and feelings about, because it's a nice change of pace for me. I usually stream stuff that's a lot more obscure and unusual, and I think people tend to kind of come here for, you know, to see stuff that they're not familiar with, or to hear my takes on weird stuff or whatever it might be. So, I mean, I guess as a viewer too, it makes sense that this is, you know, it's a nice change of pace for you guys too. Games almost as important to you as Half-Life. Likely one of the reasons you're making games. Yeah, I didn't like this game much back in the day. I had you know, I wasn't a Nintendo kid. Far from it. The opposite, you might even say. And I was an avid FPS player on PC, so there was a lot about this that just didn't really hit the mark. I think I always had an appreciation for, or at least a begrudging respect for, the innovation in like the mission structure and stuff like that. But I think in a lot of ways I'm having a great time with it now, but I think I'm more capable of enjoying it than I would have at any other point. Like, I played it a little bit back then, and it's not like I thought the game sucked or anything. I just wasn't like super hooked on it. But I remember the whole like par times and the cheat code stuff. Like, I could see there, you know, there's something appealing about it, and I'm sure if I had played it more, I would have really enjoyed it. But even then, I think it's, with the benefit of hindsight and the kind of chronological perspective you get from doing what I'm doing now, of playing specifically James Bond games, a lot of what it's doing, like, you kind of see it from a different perspective, in a different light. And in general, you know, I'm playing a lot of old games, and it's not like I have this like pitch perfect sense of like what video games are in 1997, but I think it's fair to say that I have a wider frame of reference for that now than I did in 1997, because even though I was playing a lot of games, the way I had access to games at the time meant that I still had a much more limited sample than I have kind of built up in the time since. Yeah, Father Executor for sure. Like, it is, you know, it is a nice feeling to see, like I said, kind of, if someone is getting into something you enjoy, getting to see them enjoying it is, it's kind of it has its own sense of kind of pleasure and satisfaction for sure. Yeah, you bring up a lot of good points, Sean. Like, it's like real weapons in video games, period, but even first-person shooters were not the norm. And yeah, it's stuff like that. I noticed, like I mentioned when we were playing this last time, that I'm impressed that, like, despite the game running not very well, it feels surprisingly good. Like, movement is weird, aiming is weird, there's like frame rate is terrible, but they still made the act of firing a gun like feel good, which, you know, it sounds like an obvious thing, but you'd be surprised at how many first-person shooters fail to achieve this, and especially under those kinds of circumstances. But as we've been using more weapons, like the weapons, it becomes clear that the weapons do feel distinctly different from one another. And we the last stage we played, we're kind of the first time we used the club extensively, or at least we're able to, and it's like, man, the club is a bit shit. It doesn't feel very effective, and the sound is like very unsatisfying. And again, like, it's just cool because in a game like Doom, the weapons are so differentiated by their function. But if you're making a game with, you know, real guns, you can't really do that the same. You can't just like, well, this one fires projectiles. Like, everything is, oh, I was gonna say everything is hit scan. I guess technically it isn't, but whatever. Point being, the similarities in how the weapons behave is going to be a lot narrower than if you're making a game with like magic spells and bazookas and laser guns and whatever. So the fact that they came up with ways of doing that, and it wasn't like a world first, but they struck a really nice balance of like having a sizable but not overwhelming amount of weapons that all, they don't necessarily fill a super distinct and specific niche, each of them, but they're different enough that you can very easily have a favorite, which I think is, you know, is a pretty big deal. And yeah, I think overall, like, I think it's a game I have felt, and I think this is partially also why my feelings towards this game have been sort of lukewarm for most of the past couple of decades, is that this game is clearly a great game, but I think it has been, like, its singular greatness as the only good Bond game or the only good movie game or whatever, I think is grossly overstated. Some might argue that other good Bond games or console first-person shooters or whatever else owe a lot to GoldenEye, which may be entirely true, but like, a lot of beat-em-ups owe a lot to the original arcade Double Dragon. That doesn't mean that the original arcade Double Dragon is the best beat-em-up game ever made, let alone the only good one. And I think there is, like, because of this like overinflated kind of reputation that the game has or has had, makes me, like, as is typical for me, inclined to sort of push back a little bit and be more skeptical of it. But playing it, I do think it's self-evident that it's like, it's a fun game. It handles well, and it's like, from a technical standpoint, it being as playable as it is very impressive, and it is extremely ambitious in a lot of ways, small ways and big ways. But it is also clear that, like, man, what a cool, like, encapsulation of everything Bond, like the mission briefings, the mission objectives, the fact that you actually get to do things that aren't just walking and running and shooting and opening doors and collecting, you know, key cards or whatever. You know, in modern terms, so to speak, the amount of sort of verbs you use in the game is not that broad, but each mission has its own feel, which is pretty impressive. I don't think that's true of something like Doom or Quake, really. Like, GoldenEye has a much smaller number of levels, but each level has, like, its own introduction, its own sort of mission objectives, its own background music, its own kind of mechanics in some ways. Like, it becomes a much more all-inclusive kind of package in the experience. And yeah, stuff like that is there's a lot there that is easy to take for granted if you're looking at it today, but it wasn't following a lot of norms or conventions in how those things were set up. Like, it's definitely you know, not super entirely groundbreaking in every single individual aspect, but the way it's all packaged together and the level of care and polish and how effectively and successfully it sort of brings that specific flavor of Bond and of GoldenEye specifically, I think there's not much to complain about there. What's up, Sword Fam? Yeah, I like the we should just watch it again, by the way. The Japanese TV commercial for this game. With the manual. Oh, whatever. Can
世界的なスパイ映画007の興奮がそのままゲームになりました。いいですね。憧れますね。一度やってみたかったんです。撃ちますしびれます。心臓バックでブルブルします。任天堂64ソフト007ゴールデンアイしびれます。
Pretty good. Yeah, like the ad just sells two things. Like the game brings the authentic feeling of a globe-trotting super secret spy action movie. And holy shit, this thing is gonna vibrate like you wouldn't believe if you put in a rumble pack. Which, I mean, fair enough. It's pretty good. Anywho. We could be sitting here talking about GoldenEye all day, but we could also be playing it. Well, I can be playing it anyway, and you can talk about it. But don't worry, I'll stop to talk about it for another hour or so at some point. That seems to be a fairly safe assumption. Before we jump into it, though, we should real quick just check in on the Q Branch Research Funding Initiative. For those of you unfamiliar, we do have, of course, our official list of 50 James Bond games to be played, and we are currently on mission number 17. But with the help of you, the viewer, and your contributions in the form of bits, subs, donations, merch purchases, etc., you can contribute to the Q Branch Research Funding Initiative. Each bit or equivalent equals 1 Q credit, and once we have reached the current goal of 20,000 Q credits, we will have the R&D, we will have the technology.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Hey, there you go. That's 250 Q credits right there. Thank you, Father Axekeeper, for that kind gesture. Congrats, Sean Noonan, for your newfound membership in the Skull Club. Once we reach this goal, we will have the technology to take on Secret Mission number 4. Just to recap for those who weren't around for it. Secret Mission number 1. An unlicensed ZX Spectrum adventure game that was pretty sick. It had a little first-person maze section where we had to escape the vile steel hands of Dr. Death's henchman, Paws. Secret Mission number 2 was a text adventure for the Texas Instruments TI-99. This game was not that amazing, but kind of cool. The dates are not known exactly, but it seems likely, or at least believable, that this was in fact the very first documented James Bond video game. Also, of course, released without an actual license, but hey. That's how it goes, or at least how it went in 1982. Secret Mission number 3 we played most recently before GoldenEye, and it's 007 Car Chase. Obviously a super fake cover art, because who knows how this game was even distributed. It definitely did not have a retail box with a screenshot from No Time to Die on it. It was a little bit of an unplayable mess. But it did have some approximation of an attempt at the James Bond theme song in the game, which is more than you can say for most Bond video games, surprisingly enough. But you know, that's the kind of that's the caliber of games we're talking about for the secret missions. And you might say that it's been a little bit of a declining curve here of quality. So what is Secret Mission number 4? Well, who knows? We'll just have to wait until the Q branch has the equipment and technology and funds that they need to bring us all the details on secret mission number 4. So until then, we keep chipping away at our main objectives here, which is currently GoldenEye 007. And today we are coming prepared. We've got our Kong Strong Wild Power, getting us energized to do this. There we go. Everyone's hyping up their imagined secret missions number 4. I like it. I like it. There were 44 Bond games after GoldenEye. There sure were. It's Jin. Technically, there were even more. But we can only play games that are playable. There were a couple of mobile games. A lot of the games on this list are mobile games. Quite a few, at least. And there have been, as you might suspect, been mobile games released on iOS or Android, which no longer exist. You can't play them anymore. There was at least one, but I think 2 games like that, that, you know, came and went at some point in the last 10 years or so. And it took a while to even come up with this list. And by the time, like, in between getting everything set up and getting ready to start the project and actually, like, starting it, the list went from, like, 44 to 50 or something. And there have been games discovered since, but they're not, for various reasons, they are not exactly playable. I don't have a full access, etc. But this is a long-term thing. We started this in October of last year, and I do not expect by any stretch to be done with Games Bond before the end of 2023. I have a list of secret missions, but that list could conceivably get expanded. So we've got a lot of Bond ahead of us. Any Wonder Swan games? J2ME? There's definitely a good bunch of J2ME games. And there's, I think, at least 1 or 2 games on other mobile platforms. Nothing on Wonder Swan that I'm aware of. You can, of course, see the full list of games on the official spreadsheet right there. There was also the mission, whatever I called it. Like the inaugural Games Bond stream, essentially. We started off by taking a look at this entire list and going through every game, you know, just checking out everything that's coming ahead. And even on that list, it's a little slight teaser here. There was one game that was added to the list after that stream, even. So we started at 49, I think, and we ended up at 50. That stream is archived, and you can find the playlist on YouTube that has all of the gameplay for every game, but also that initial stream. And in fact, in the spreadsheet, you'll see that the name of each game in the list is a link. And if you click that link, you will go to that YouTube video at the time code of me talking about that, like each of those games. But that was like 10 months ago or something, so I don't really have that super fresh in memory. But if you want to look up, like, what's the deal with any game that's on this list, you can find a little bit more info there. Yeah, The World Is Not Enough had 2 distinctly different games for PS1 and N64. So that's the other thing, right? Plenty of films have had multiple adaptations. We're not necessarily playing every version of every game. For the British computer games, we usually try to take at least a brief look at most of the versions that we could get our hands on. But each individual port of something doesn't really warrant its own entry in the list. if it's like nearly identical. But there are some, like World Is Not Enough, or I think Quantum of Solace is like the peak, because it has a 360 game, a PS2 game, a DS game, and a mobile game, which are all 4 distinctly different game with the same cover art and title, but all from like different developers, etc., etc. It's a grand old time, is the way we can summarize that. It's gonna be fun because I had Nightfire when I was younger, well, when it was current, and I remember really liking that. But that's pretty much the only remaining game on this list that I've actually played. The next one after this, the Game Boy game, I have played, but not much. I don't think I ever really got anywhere in it, but like I'm familiar with what it looks like. So from here on out, it's gonna be like mostly blind. And I think, like, GoldenEye is obviously the peak in terms of, like, familiarity. Like, everyone knows GoldenEye. And there's a couple of games after that that also are pretty well-known and well-received. But it's going to kind of fall off a cliff, I think, once we hit the mobile stuff. Or, I mean, it's going to go up and down, right? Because, like, concurrently with some of the more popular ones, like Nightfire or Agent Under Fire, we're going to have a bunch of mobile games, we're going to have Game Boy games, DS games, and stuff that people probably don't know as well. And it's going to be super fun to be able to compare. Like, it's been fun to play games based on films, having watched the film and then play the game to see how it compares. But when we have, like, multiple versions, multiple games, and The World's Not Enough is going to be, okay, technically not the first, because we actually had 2 games based on A View to a Kill. But in the, let's say, modern era, the post-time skip era, and the jump from the Duel on Master System to GoldenEye, The World Is Not Enough is the first of them. Yeah, GoldenEye Rogue Agent I have in my collection because unbeknownst to viewers at the time, I was already deep into planning James Bond, so I was trying to pick up Bond games where I could. So I bought that game and I played like 1 level of it, and it was an absolutely miserable experience. So that's gonna be fun. But I've played it once on one stream. It doesn't exactly, we're not gonna have to play that far until we're already in deep, like, blind territory again. But let's not try to think too much about Rogue Agent. Let's play this instead, shall we? Power Walk N64 Brosnan coming up. He's fucking speedrunning it. We'll go at it with an open mind for sure. But I think it's hardly a hot take to say that that game doesn't quite live up to the legacy of this one. This game casts a long shadow, but I think that game is also pretty bad entirely on its own merits. Sudden cut. Yeah, that's right. This game actually does have options to play in like widescreen modes. But okay. There we go. The window wasn't highlighted. It started like alt-tabbing when I pressed the button. That was kind of weird. Yeah, I guess this shows mission 1.1 because it's the only mission we've completed on 00 Agent. But we're playing Secret Agent. So we're actually a little bit further ahead than that. So yeah, Surface was the level we cleared last on the previous stream, and pretty much everyone in chat appeared to be in agreement that this is the, like, everyone's least favorite stage. So I'm really glad that we're past that. We are the game's already deviating quite a bit from the movie's plot, but it's got locations and the story's like connected with the film, so it still feels very faithful to it. But trying to chart where we are in the film's plot it makes it a little more difficult, because we got captured and we're going to start off in jail, right? But I guess this is where we're supposed to kind of extract what's her name, Isabella Scorupco, Simonova. And yeah, I remember being a little confused when we read the manual, because the manual sort of has the briefing from M in it that describes the events that kind of that's the main plot in motion in the past tense. So it's like we're already well into the story in the mission briefing in the manual before you boot up the game, and then you start the game and the past, like the first like 6 levels or so are a flashback. The opening scene of the film is a flashback, and that's like these 3 missions are the opening scene. But then you have the first surface bunker that are like Bond just conveniently stopping by the Severnaya station. I guess not technically unrelated to the goings on of the main plot of the film, but you know, preemptively, I guess we can say. Yeah, we are, of course, unfortunately, forced by necessity to play this on emulator. I've tried to the best of my ability to create a as close to authentic experience as I can. But there could obviously be differences, but I would say it's similar to probably everything that we played on the microcomputers, where it's like, yeah, it's probably not exactly how it would have been, but we can trust that it's hopefully close enough to be a reasonably representative experience. You know, like the ZX Spectrum light gun games, like I mean, I had to play those with a mouse, but we can still kind of imagine what it would have been like. And if anything, in that particular case, the mouse would have made it a lot more playable. I mean, there were 2 games. The first one was pretty cool. We beat it. The second one was impossible, and having an actual light gun, I think, would have made it significantly worse. But so far in my time playing this, I haven't had massive, you know, outcry from chat complaining that everything is not the way it should be or anything. So I think we're all right. Am I playing with a mouse injector? No, I am playing with a USB N64 controller in the name of proper GoldenEye experience. There is a shit ton of things you can do to make this game a completely different experience, but I thought it pertinent to do everything in my power to make this a authentic-ish experience. I'm definitely not playing with the default control scheme, because I didn't do that back in 1997 either, because I thought it was dog shit. I don't know what anything is called, but I guess Solitaire is the other one, so I can walk with the D-pad and aim with the analog stick. Wait, why did I back? That's weird. Well, I don't use C buttons to move because I'm right-handed, so I want to aim with my right thumb. So I'm holding the D-pad to walk around, and I just flick my thumb over here to switch weapons, which works perfectly fine. Because that's the thing that I found, like, back in the day, the first thing, like, firing with my left index finger, that feels terrible. And it's one of those things where it's like, it's hard for me to parse how people would try that and then just accept that at face value, like, oh sure, this is a normal thing to do, like aiming with my left thumb, because I was used to playing first-person shooters on PC, walking with my left hand and aiming and shooting with my right hand with the mouse. So it's like, well, I'll just, you know, okay, that makes sense. I mapped the equivalent to this controller. Same thing like playing emulators on PC on keyboard, like using the default controls in like Nesticle or SNES 9X or Genesis or whatever to like use the arrow keys for your D-pad and then using like Control and Alt and Shift or whatever for your buttons. Like, that was, to me, weird enough in like playing DOS games. Doing that to play like NES or Mega Drive games on emulator, I thought that was just lunacy. Like, moving with my right hand? I'm not some fucking caveman. No, let me just remap this so I can move with my left hand and use my buttons with the right hand. And it just like, it baffled me then, and I guess it baffles me now still, that like so many people wouldn't instinctively like want to change that. I mean, obviously, if you don't have a frame of reference, if you're, you know, if you're growing up now or whatever, you go to archive.org to boot up some whatever N64 game, you'll play with whatever setting it's default. Sure, I understand that. But if you're like, if you were familiar with playing those console games and then you're going to play it on a PC on emulator, it would seem natural to me that you would want to map them to be something as close as possible, at least on the very fundamental level of like which hand does which thing. But I guess not everyone is you know, wired the same way when it comes to that. I mean, yeah, Mr. Fui, for sure. Like, when I'm when I'm indirectly like dunking on people, I'm not dunking on them for not changing it in this game, because yes, of course, the vast majority of people who would be playing this game would either not have any kind of frame of reference, or their frame of reference would have been like playing Doom with the arrow keys, which, you know, you walk forward and turn left and right. Though I do also agree that the default controls in this are kind of dog shit and really weird and awkward. I don't think they made, you know, I don't think they made a bad choice in setting the defaults the way they did, because I think that would have been far more accessible and approachable to most players. Someone posted recently an excerpt from a magazine review of Alien Resurrection on PS1 by brain fart, the Star Fox guys, and that game uses a dual analog control scheme, and it's like, yeah, they were like complaining about the games, like, oh, the controls are the most insane thing you've ever seen. Argonaut, yes, thanks. And it's like, yeah, it's the Halo control scheme. It's the control scheme that like every video game uses today. But at the time, like, it wasn't an established norm, so people found it really alien. I'm glad this game allows you to map the controls like that, but they were probably wise to not make it the default. Yeah, and the thing is, as you say, Sean, like, the controls in this game, the game is still sort of designed around it. Like, 00 Agent gets pretty damn hard with the lack of auto aim and stuff. Like, it's a big jump in difficulty. But clearly the auto aim in the other difficulty levels is like very much, it takes into account the fact that it's pretty hard to move and aim, not just because of the control scheme, but also the frame rate and everything else. And the way all those features and factors add up together, like, make it like you still land at a very nice level of like playability. And that means also, as you're mentioning, like, the game does kind of break if, even if you have the exact same controls, playing it in like 60 FPS rock solid, it's gonna make it a lot more easy to see what's going on and moving around. And then you have like dual analog aiming in the you know, the current re-release on Switch and Xbox, or like probably even more so mouse aiming. Like, it changes the game. RE4 is a nice comparison. A lot of people would bring up probably Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes as well, like adding the MGS2 first-person aiming and like hiding dudes in lockers and whatever else. Like, there's a bunch of stuff that just like the original game wasn't built for it, so inevitably it's going to have an impact on the difficulty level, which in some cases it may be a good thing, maybe a bad thing, but undeniably changes what the entire thing is. But I would probably say, like, if I were to want to try to beat this, or like to play the full game on 00 Agent, I like knowing that there are easier ways to play this. I wouldn't try to do that on this version, or like with the original controls or the original hardware or whatever. So I like you know, we kind of have different options. We can kind of go about it different ways, and it's gonna. But like that's exactly why I want to play it like this, because I know that if I play this at like a higher frame rate and better draw distance and mouse control or whatever else, it is such a fundamentally different experience that I no longer think it is representative of what this game is or what the game was. I think, you know, the controls in this, it plays fine. I think they did a great job with it. It's just that, like, some stuff is a little weird, and coming to it, like, either from kind of coming directly from Quake, like I did, or coming to it from 2023, like I am now. This game just has so many idiosyncrasies with how the movement works, with how the aiming works, with everything else. It is internally consistent and it works fine, but it's a little unusual and a little clunky and a little odd. And, you know, the N64 controller is kind of its own can of worms. Now, of course, this is an, you know, this is a USB thing. I'm using an emulator. I have it, you know, set up a certain way in Windows. There's like a lot of different places where this could end up just being flat out different from the original experience. I have no real way of knowing. But yeah, especially like I said with the original, like I did a bunch of testing, setting up the emulator and everything before I started playing, and just like trying to kill the first two enemies on the first stage, like with the default controls very quickly, like it's just yeah, trying to aim, like looking up and down, it's just and that just, I mean, and that comes from me like abandoning FPS controls that work that way in like 1994 when I played Marathon. I had played Doom before that, and I would have used the default controls, probably didn't ever really strafe. But when I first played Marathon, and it just had a checkbox in the options for using mouse and keyboard, and it's like, oh, you can do that? Oh, okay, cool. I just never looked back. So the idea of like not having easy access to strafing and independent movement and turning and aiming just is an immediate, like, nauseating kind of experience. What's up, Luxury Wagon? I'm doing all right. We're playing GoldenEye, so that's not so bad. Anyway, we're slowly building up. What the? Why do I? Okay, why does A go back? Whatever. We ended up logging time for like an hour talking about a bunch of shit, so we can let the timer stay paused for a little bit, but we'll enable it once we actually start the mission. Right, so the objectives here appear to be, yeah, some of it was like, not the objectives, but I guess the mission description that M gave us was like, describe this mission despite being given for the mission before. What's up, Zetsu? I will say this every time, but I hate how this page is first, because you have no context for this, you have no idea what any of this means until you've read the other briefing, so I'm not even going to bother going through it. We'll read everything else, and then we'll go back to this page. Are all objectives mandatory? Yeah, the way it works is the list of objectives will change depending on difficulty level. So, anything that's on this list will be the stuff you need to do, but each difficulty level may add additional objectives. I was talking about that last time, how I wish they wouldn't have done it that way. I wish they would have had secondary objectives, you know, optional objectives, so that regardless of difficulty level, every single objective would still be there. Because technically you can do the objectives for the higher difficulty levels. Like if there's something that you receive a gadget to like hack a computer or something, and you might play on a difficulty level where it doesn't require you to do that, you can still use the device and you will get a message on screen that says like computer hacked or whatever. So you can still do the whole thing, but you wouldn't know to do it, and you'll be really confused trying to figure out what it is you're doing and why, sort of, without this list. Except the description in the briefings do include it, because it's the same for every difficulty level. But on the other hand, the actual descriptions you get are also a little bit hazy, so there's a bit of guesswork involved. It's a little bit of a mess, and we were talking a bunch about that last time, how like the mission structure and the objective system is really innovative and for the most part very well executed for, you know, considering it being such a new concept. But you can poke a lot of holes in it, and there's like a lot of room for refinement in how you would do it and how people would do it later on. But it's at least, you know, it's a source of excitement. It adds to the game far more than it takes away from it, and I think by that metric it's absolutely a success. Do I think it's a good or bad thing for higher difficulty levels to have more objectives? I think it's great. I think this game kind of does a little bit of everything to increase the difficulty level. I think if I were to have any complaints, it might be that the jump from Secret Agent to 00 Agent is a pretty steep jump. I say that based on very limited experience, but that's the impression I get just knowing how many things change. The objectives don't always change. Several levels we've played have had, like, we've clearly done everything we need to do, we've used every gadget, and we do everything that the briefing describes. And for other levels, the briefing describes something, and then in game it's like, wait, I don't even need to do that. You can just kind of skip it, meaning that obviously there will be another objective on 00. So not every, you know, for a stage that has the same exact objectives, like, then what's the difference? Well, the enemies are more aggressive, they're more accurate, they do more damage, and I guess you don't get body armor. I don't know if there's like none in the game whatsoever, but there's been one or a few stages where there is body armor on the other difficulties, but on 00 Agent it's just not there. So there's still like quite a lot going on. The jump is higher the further you go into the game. That's pretty funny too, considering the first mission has like an enormous leap in difficulty from Secret to 00 Agent. But I guess I think someone said that the first mission is a little bit of an outlier too. In the several missions following the first one, the difference is much narrower. There might be no armor at all. Yeah, I guess that would make sense. I think, broadly speaking, like, cranking up the damage and HP and enemy count numbers for higher difficulties is like the worst way to do difficulty, because it basically means the game is just more tedious and less fun on higher difficulties. Doing stuff that's like more sophisticated is obviously more work. But I think it's general. I think in general, like, forcing mastery with a little bit less kind of leeway, and or kind of testing your skill and knowledge in more kind of sophisticated and subtle ways, I think is a really cool way of doing increased difficulty. And I think the way this game is structured, it's definitely very much built for you to clear the game on the lower difficulty first, and then you can kind of step it up, and it adds a little bit of stuff all the time. Like, you can get good at the shooting on the easiest difficulty level and apply that on 00. But you have a lot less room for error, and you have to do some extra stuff. By and large, I think it's like conceptually very well designed, or very well like conceived. I can't really speak to the specifics of the execution, having not like played through the game on any difficulty, let alone the hardest one. But I think it's conceptually, I think it's a good approach. I think maybe, like I said, you could probably have had a difficulty in between Secret Agent and 00 Agent. But even the fact that this game has 3 difficulty levels, and especially that the difficulty levels are so different from one, like so well kind of considered, you know, broadly speaking, is very impressive. You know, comparing to its contemporaries. May I ask why I aborted James Bond Jr. for the NES? To put it simply, we completed the first loop, and it's a game that you have to complete 2 loops, and the second loop I think is identical to the first one, but you have to complete it on 1 credit. And the way we got through loop 1 was kind of cheesing it with infinite continues because it's very generous that way. It's a really cool game, but like learning to get through the game and learning to get through it without taking hits are like 2 vastly different things, and I wasn't really interested in making the investment to learn to do that for what I felt would be very limited reward. If I'd had the game as a kid and I really enjoyed playing it, like it would be a different story. But the purpose of this project isn't to like prove my superior gamership by defeating games. It's to kind of just check these games out and explore them and, you know, just see what they're about. And I want to see as much of each game as possible. I want to experience as much of it as possible. But the diminishing returns we would see on making multiple attempts at trying to beat the second loop of James Bond Jr. would be, I don't know, not fun for me. And if it's not fun for me, I don't know that it's going to be fun for viewers. So we finished the first loop, and after kind of doing a little bit of research to figure out how the second loop works, I just kind of decided that, you know what, this is not going to be worth my time. So we checked out the ending on YouTube and moved on. That's basically it. All right. Escape is the first priority. Find the staff and casualty lists and the CCTV tape of your capture. Ah, okay, so that's why we need to get a tape. If there are any witnesses, try and bring them out as well. Bring them out or take them out? I guess we'll figure it out. If we're supposed to bring them out and we decide to take them out, I guess the game will let us know. Unbelievable, 007. If this gets out, we'll be the laughing stock of the international community. As soon as you get back, if you get back, you're getting a performance review. Only completing the objectives will give you hope of keeping your rather checkered career intact. And giving us appropriate amounts of sass. I love it. Q Branch, you've got your wits, and that's about it, 007. Not much I can do to help you here. You might try to find your equipment again when you escape from the cell, though. Took me a lot of time to get all that stuff together. Bring it back in one piece, James, is implied. How are we getting these messages behind enemy lines? I don't know, it's got a fax machine in his ear or something, I guess. Yeah, he's got a manila envelope right there. I'm not, you know, I'm not sure what's unclear about this. Grabbed by the Spetsnaz, James. Sounds painful. All right, so then we go back to the objectives. Find some lists. Recover the tape showing our bumbling failures. Shoot out a bunch of cameras, which we know to do anyway because getting seen by a camera appears to basically be a death sentence in this game. Find Isabella Scorupco and leave with her. It says it's classified, so they can't read it. That's an excellent point you're making, Swordfam. That is, I mean, yeah. I don't see what's unclear at this point. I mean, they knew where he was going. So they just, you know, just mailed it there. Alright. Start the timer. Now let's go. Fucking Super Metroid music here. It appears that we are cellmates. Who are you anyway? James Bond. James Bond. Natalia Fyodorovna Simonova. Charmed to meet you, Natalia. Why have you been locked up? They think that I'm a traitor, that I betrayed my countrymen. And, did you? Of course not. Oromov stole the GoldenEye. Colonel Arkady Gigorovich Oromov? I've met him before. Oromov is a general now, in charge of the space weapon program. What brings you to Siberia, James Bond? Work for the British government, looking for a stolen helicopter. Top secret, you see. That doesn't matter anymore. Why not? You're a spy and I'm a traitor. We will be shot. Well, not if I have anything to say about it. I have a cunning plan. That's pretty sick. Super static with text-only dialogue, of course, you know, but, you know. Let's... Watch jams. Watch magnet attract. Well, I will watch this magnet attract. Yeah, I guess solitaire is the name of this control scheme, to whoever asked. So I'm assuming I'm not going to use my attractive watch magnet to unzip her dress, or at least not yet. Okay, hang on. No. Oh my god. Steam Big Picture is like taking over my computer whenever I press the N64 start button. This is a disaster. Let me take care of this. Exit Steam, thank you. Jesus Christ. Alright, that could have gone a lot worse. Yeah, like the emulator kept alt-tabbing. I was like, what the fuck's going on? And then I pressed start again, and we went into Steam Big Picture, but... Whew, okay. Alright, we got 5 watch magnet attracts left. My stomach hurts. I'm going to be sick. You must think I was born yesterday. Can I, like, slappers only him or something? Can I steal his gun? Nope. That worked well. Oh, I can fucking chuck the key all the way over there. Can I? Aha! Alright. I'm really ill. Open the cell door. Shut up. Don't bother me again. I'm thinking I might not want to... Okay, let me... I'm trying to switch weapons to unarmed. So I guess we're doing that. Nice work. Look at this wall, dude. Alright, okay. Stop it all! Oh. There we go. How about that, huh? Impressed yet? I guess not. Should go to the main control room. Alright, lead the way. Or you just stay there, I guess, if you want to. Okay. She's not gonna lead the way, is she? Got functional windows. This game's pretty cool. They're throwing knives. Please do try to refrain from telling me everything. I don't know if that's where you meant, but... I'm perfectly content exploring and discovering this game on my own. Whoa, 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 whoa. Debate, I mean, I'm glad it did come up on such a trivial thing, but... Oh. Alright, perfect stealth. But it reminds me that we can, I can provide some basic rules of engagement. Or likely redoing this, but that's fine. Oh, hello. No klaxons yet, so this should be fine. Except for the fact that we're dying. Okay, I don't have any other weapons, I guess. No, okay, I guess I have my controls confused. Sorry, I'm a little bit flustered. Let's see if we can just do any amount of discovery before we inevitably die. Alright, let's just... Blue and red. Alright, okay. See, we knew that thing's over there. So, what I wanted to say is, the basic rule is I want to figure stuff out. If I have finished a mission, it's fair game to talk about what happens in that mission. I am also likely to ask rhetorical questions. Please do not take that as an immediate invite to give me a detailed answer, an explanation. And that's basically the long and short of it. I'm not super, like, spoiler sensitive, but it's very frustrating if, like, to get, like, solutions to problems before I even have understood what the problem is. Just, like, get, like, overloaded with information and I can't barely parse it because I'm, like, occupied trying to figure out what's going on. It's, like, that's just stressful, so... as long as we're cool with that, it's all good. What's up, Terravan? I saw bullets up real close. That's about all I saw. I saw some great hallways and bullets. Yeah, the gun sounds in this, like, the club sounds a bit shit, but it at least sounds different from other guns, right? Overall, the guns have a pretty chunky, satisfying feel to them. Alright, so I'm assuming, obviously, that, yeah, gadgets I have to actually equip manually, I suppose. Dude, I swear... Yeah, my buttons are, like, fucking flipped in the emulator. That's why it was all weird to navigate the menus too. What the hell just happened? Let me try to replug the controller and see if that does something. I swear I fucking Steam Big Picture fucking everything up. Yeah, now it's actually the correct... Man, that's weird. Yeah, the A and B buttons were, like, mapped in reverse for no obvious reason. Need the second controller for maximum control scheming. It's cool, and I like that they added that option, but I don't feel like analog movement necessarily adds that much. I suppose technically that means you can probably lean, like, analog, MGS style, but as far as movement goes, you're not really losing much by not moving at full speed. It's not like you're louder, I don't think. So I don't think it really adds much. So I was trying to and then I have to do this, I think. I was trying to wait until the guard was further away / facing the other direction, but I guess no one, like, sound doesn't seem to be a big factor as far as stealth goes in this game, thankfully. All right, since it was brought up, I'm curious to, but can I, like, open this or? I can see a couple of gray pixels down there. Oh, I can magnet them, I guess. Wait, I got... Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. I don't know how precise this thing is, but okay, I've got a throwing knife. Shooting gun causes... I mean, I guess that's the other thing, like, stealth doesn't necessarily appear to function the exact same on every level. Oh yeah, so I think the manual, like, explained that we can, like, cook knives, so to speak. Alright. Knives are at least pick-upable. That's good to know. Save key. Oh, I knifed his hat. He didn't die. I love the knife just bouncing off of his face and thigh. Yep, okay. So, okay, main control room, sure, whatever. Save's locked. What happened to the save key I picked up? Yeah, thanks. So many fucking enemies in this game. Alright, explosive desk. Can I please get a fucking better weapon? Oh, I cycled too far because I had 3 FPS. This does not appear to be a winning strategy. Yeah, I'd like to reiterate that I'd like to figure things out on my own, and hints on how game mechanics work, or specific detailed explanations of how game mechanics work, kind of also constitutes hints. But yeah, I mean, it's sort of in this sense, in this case, like, I'm not critically upset. It's like I'm a little frustrated with the game, and I'm mostly like preemptively trying to make sure that I don't get spoilers that I'm legitimately annoyed with. But oops, I shot twice. I don't know that I need this for anything else other than that, but I do remember someone did mention that the, like, singular shots... Actually, I think the manual might even have mentioned it, I forget. But yeah, stealth in this game is definitely, by far, one of the more, like, undercooked aspects, because it's really... the feedback on, like, any of it is, like, super non-existent. Like, for some of the other stages, you do get the klaxon, but the noises aren't, like, they're not really indicative of whether you're kind of in an alarmed state or not. Like, being spotted seems a little unclear. Well, everything seems a little unclear. But to be fair, in this case, the singular shot thing has been discussed previously, so it's not new. Like, it's not a spoiler. It's, you could call it a reminder, I suppose. But the fact that you have to sort of suss out the fact that A, enemies are actually spawning, and B, it is, like, due to something you are doing. So I don't know if... Can guards only hear my gunshots, or will they hear other guards' gunshots? Who knows? Again, that's a rhetorical question, don't answer that, but... Right, so you gotta, like, be in zoom mode to do singular, like, shot fight. Yeah, thanks. It's a great place to stand. It's a very, like, absurd concept of stealth. As long as I time these assault rifle rounds at least 0.3 seconds apart, no one's gonna hear it. Yeah, get fucked, Doke. Alright, so last time I definitely picked up a safe key somewhere in the Calamity, but it did not appear to allow me to open this safe. I suppose it must be some enemy that isn't like a random spawning dude. Like in the, whatever it's called, the previous level, the alarm state was a little more obvious, because that level just had infinitely spawning guys. But once the alarm was triggered, you got a different enemy type that showed up, and that doesn't seem to be, at least as obviously, to be the case here. But clearly, we're not being accosted by 8 million dudes, so we're doing something right. Alright. Walking up to stuff and pressing B just in case. In case something has a tape in it. But this, yeah, okay, the safe probably has the tape and or lists. Oh, well, there's the safe key. So does that work here? No. Well, can I, is it a gadget that I use? I guess we'll see what it looks like. Can I equip it? It is locked. No? Okay. Well, it doesn't surprise me that they might have more than one save in this kind of facility, so... I think I shot more than once. The door's locked. Okay, well... simplifies matters. Oh, it's a hat. There was like a pile of bullet holes. Yeah, don't worry, Luxury Wagon. I can check my objectives, and I will. But appreciate the sentiment. Oh yeah, this D-pad is a bit funky. So I can like tap the lower end of my right direction, and it'll basically turn into a down input. Probably... Alright, so we got a sentry gun here somewhere, but... Oh, nice, okay. I thought the turret was much further away. Well, there was one literally right above me, I guess. Well, maybe the turrets are just, like, triggered by something, and for some reason or another, I didn't trigger the first one. Yeah. This level is a big difficulty bump for sure, if only because it's a lot more obtuse. Like, you can die very quickly, but it's not at all clear why. So, like, there's just a lot more stuff at play. Aiming is hard. Alright, so, because last time I was trying to see if I could grab the knives. The knives also seem to be... That's a locked door. Sure, there's some trick to, or like some sequence breaking of going through. Because you can definitely use enemies to go through doors. That's like a very well-known speed trick. Fuck, there's multiple dudes in here. Dude, Bond is fucking shit with throwing knives. I mean, he's probably better than me, but he should be. Alright, that didn't seem to work super well. And I'm at like, what? Half health, basically. Alright, so knives. Nice little... I fucking wish I had a pistol. Just so I could have it, like, more easily do single shots. But yeah, I was thinking before, like, like, that's probably a better strat than aiming for headshots. Yeah, stabbing with the knife would be convenient, wouldn't it? Okay, that guy just saw me because he did a unprompted commando roll. Yeah, okay, thanks. That's great advice. Like, I hope that still counts as silent gunshots. Again, there's zero feedback, so... How are you to know, really? And if you don't headshot them, they can take like a million. You can just pull the hallways. And they act as like meat shields for each other too. Yeah, this is fucking hard. Oh, my fucking bulletproof hats. I seem to know my way around, huh? Yeah, I'm navigating this expertly. Like, I'm struggling a lot with parsing which enemies are like static placed enemies and which are like spawned enemies, because there's clearly some who are static and some of them seem to be like patrolling, and I'm not really sure if I can... Yeah, he doesn't give a shit about that, thankfully. Can I like wait them out to like, is there any time when it's more safe to approach? But that guy shooting at least seems mostly safe. I still want to get the knives in case a situation presents itself where it seems like we have time to actually aim and make a knife throw. So I was a little surprised to walk into that room and seeing that there were like 3 dudes there. I know the guy next to the safe was there previously. I forgot about him when I took out the other 2 guys, but I didn't think there was more than one other guy in there previous. So the dude in there has a safe key, but it does not appear to lead to this safe. So probably leads to some other safe. And there's probably another key to this safe someplace else. The question is, like, I wonder if it's somehow more productive to skip this room for now and come back. But I think I would prefer to have this key. Dude, the fucking bulletproof hats drive me nuts. You know, if they at least took headshot damage while the hat flew off, it would be sick. Or, I mean, like, the fact that you can graze their head but hit their hat is, like, cool. But when you shoot them, like, straight in the forehead and it just happened to have, like, 2 millimeters of hat right there, and they just, like, completely... They don't even fucking flinch. They just start shooting you, like... Oh, that gets a little annoying. Maybe I can, like, draw them out, or... I don't know. Of course I hit him in the fucking hat. Alright. So I'm actually... I think I'm doing... No, okay. Let's say I think I'm doing okay. Oh, fuck. It should just be... Oh yeah, you automatically uncrouch. So, like, are there going to be patrolling guys that eventually just find their way down here? Well, the fact that she had dialogue would imply to me that if I walk up there, like, something happens, like, that's progress, at least. I mean, without manipulating enemies and fucking around, I literally can't go anywhere else, so... Okay, the other enemy didn't seem to react. That's a good sign. I just fired 2 rounds. I don't think this is working because there's just a lot of dudes. Like, if you are at some point transitioning from fighting like infinitely spawned guys to whoever was there originally, it's extremely unclear if, when, and how that happens. Dude, I fucking wish I had some other weapon. There's like 50 guys in here, too. Please. Great. Well, that was a little more effective. But that's not easy to do, like, on command. Okay, a document. Mendel91, greetings. Yeah, the game's been very fun up till this point, but this level has definitely been not that fun. It'll feel good to beat the level, but right now... Oh, I didn't... I don't have to do that. But I wonder if the claw somehow... it doesn't zoom. But I don't know that that is a benefit. Oh, I just saw a dude walk by. So I guess the... Oh, he just decided to turn around. The stripy hallways are bad news. But I guess you can, like, yeah, if you shoot, like, the screen or the lens or whatever. I guess it's a lens and not a screen. They explode faster. Wonder if people remember Surface as the worst level because that's where they stopped playing. I guess that could be. I mean, that would be... Like, if there's a level where you stop playing... not only would you obviously not have memories of anything past that point. Oh, there's a camera there. All right, so that's this room. Okay. Now, in Surface, once the alarm triggered, like that was it. Oh, great. Thanks. Because even when the sound stopped, the state of enemy spawns didn't seem to ever quit. But maybe that was because I kept sustained gunfire. I don't know. Yeah, maybe this is just where we step down to Agent. That's also entirely possible. Because I know your survivability is just much, much higher. I also kind of hate that the beginning is so clunky. Like, retrying this just feels bad. I guess wait, I forget. Can I switch? I get confused. No, I need to go into this to switch to the watch. But I can switch to slappers with a button press. Dude, it's fucking impossible to hit this guy before he starts shooting. I guess it doesn't make a difference, but... yeah, I'm not gonna fuck with the knives. Like, when am I ever gonna fucking use them? Oh, they saw me. Someone saw me. They started running. Is he gonna come through the door? Or did I miss... see what just happened? Like, there's no audio cues for the enemy's behavior either. Someone mentioned it last time too. It's like you get shot in the back and that's the first time you notice. Like, that's the first time you realize that someone noticed you. Right, at this point there's probably someone else coming through soon enough, so... I'm here, doors. Somewhere. Or what sounded like a door. Well, that worked out, shockingly well. I guess what really sucks is that once you go into the aim mode, you no longer have auto aim. The way to sit down and, like, I mean, it's effective. I'll give him that. Could probably skip this room, honestly. I have no real way of knowing if what I'm even attempting is, like, effective. I mean, clearly it's not effective, but, or, like, I'm not being effective, but I don't know it's because I am failing to execute something specific, or because I have the wrong idea of how to approach things, or I have a bad route. I guess if I... No, can I... There we go. There we go. He always kept ducking my slaps, so I figured I'd slide right up to him knee height. Because it worked. All I can say is, going into that room, that first room, I've yet to do it without getting shot a bunch of times and having multiple enemies show up. So it just doesn't seem smart. But no, that was probably the cell door making that noise. I see. So what I want to do now is I want to take a different route just to see if I can survive long enough to start seeing a little bit more of the level so I can piece together the relative location of, you know, points of interest. Like, clearly there are enemies walking around, but I don't know if they're on a global timer. I don't know if they are influenced by my position. I don't know if they're random. And, like, seeing any of them... I'm gonna wait. Is like a bad time. So is he gonna turn around instantly as well? Yeah, he does. Okay, I guess he just went in to check. Is it, oh my god, I was just gonna say, is that door gonna close? Is this the strat? Is there gonna be another guy immediately after this guy, or is he finally the last guy? Or is the first guy coming back? I mean, this is interesting though. That could have been my window to sneak past, but... Fuck it. I think I double fired once there. Oh, I'm out of ammo. Sick. I guess that's a problem. Dude, how did I not pick up any ammo there? I'm being shot from behind. Yep. Well, whatever. I'm going out on my own terms. Just sending a quick fax to M. That's that. I'm out. Well, that didn't seem to work very well. But I wonder if I should have sniped one of those guys to get ammo. OHMSS stands for On Her Majesty's Secret Service. Yeah, at this point, it's definitely feeling like we might want to drop down to Agent, just because it doesn't feel like we're getting any closer to figuring out how to even approach the level. I'm a secret agent right now. So if we get like the first guy, there's like the Clob guy, which I like. Taking out the Clob guy would be of limited help because I don't want the fucking Clob. I mean, I guess doing singular shots, if I could get headshots, headshot with the Clob should work fine. Yeah, just I'll keep that in mind. I'll ask if I want to. But I'm happy to try to piece this together as is. Like, please understand that even though I'm expressing a lot of frustration, I'm very curious to see whether I'm able to piece something together and/or well, thanks. Didn't make it work anyway. Oh my god, I can't move. I'm... Oh, door stuck. Talia just blocking me. Oh, sick. Alright. Oh my god, okay, this gun is inaccurate as shit. The one thing that gets really annoying is that you can lean, right? You can aim, you can lean. But leaning is like an actual physical movement. So if I'm hugging up right next to the safe here, and I'm aiming and I'm pressing left, I can't lean left. I can't, like, you can see it sort of jitters a little bit, but I don't actually lean or move. And that can trigger in like weird ways when you're like bumping into a wall. So I'll sometimes it can kind of catch you off guard a little bit. A white owl, what's up? Thank you for the follow. So just to clarify, I understand. I don't remember if this was something we discussed in chat, if it was described in the manual, or if there was somewhere in between. But I understand that the way stealth, in big air quotes, works in this game is that like singular gunshots don't attract enemies. I can't lean left, sorry, but sustained fire does. So I just fired 2 shots there, which means that probably now enemies are spawning. But maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But it does kind of feel like the placement, I don't know, maybe not. I was gonna say that it's depending on where I am. Fast single shots can also attract guards, okay. That's very possibly something I have accidentally done. Alright, so let me ask you this, for the purposes of understanding. Will enemies only react to my weapons, or will they react to each other? Because it's keeping them from shooting their guns is definitely a lot harder. They only react to, okay, that's what I thought, because it felt that way, but I also wasn't sure, and also it makes no sense. Oops, I fucking missed the door. Alright, so he didn't hit me there, so that should be fine, I guess. So I can grab the knives there, but I didn't bother because they're so hard to use. They're really slow. Yeah, this gun, like, it's powerful, but the zoom makes it kind of hard to use in a way. And so there should be a Clob guy coming after that guy, right? Well, knowing that there may be other guns later in the level isn't really gonna affect how I approach playing it, so it's not a big deal, but... I mean, yeah, for sure, Sean, like, it's not, the game isn't exactly breaking from convention, is it? The idea of anything being reactive at all is probably like, oh, that's pretty cool, you know? There's definitely a little bit of sustained fire there. But like, are we good now? I have no way of knowing. It's a little bit nerve-wracking. Because there's such a... Everything about it is so nebulous. I'm sure you can, you know, it makes sense that you will learn or like get a feel for it, kind of. All right, so I'm assuming I got the key somewhere and all that. Just check. Yeah. Save key 1, yeah. Luxury wagon, yeah, I'm playing with a USB controller. For N64, that's not something where I'm like particularly worried about dodgy quality third-party controllers, because the original one was a piece of shit. They're walking, you mean as opposed to running, or like patrolling? Seems like we are mostly fine. Probably not anymore. I didn't grab the knives, did I? So, like, the fact that we're fighting like 6 dudes now, like, kind of a bad sign, but it's so hard, like, inscrutable to know when and why I potentially fucked up. But clearly that guy was like not on high alert. So it seems to me that probably he was part of some kind of squad that was alerted, but some kind of alert state ended. So then he just went back to standing there. We're inching forwards towards progress. I'm not sure what constitutes like fast-paced shots, but I'm trying to keep it about as slow as I dare. Nice. He fucking damage boost me. Oh, he shot this thing which exploded and damage boosted me. I thought it was really weird, like why I got pushed forward. I was probably already at low health, but that sure cannot have helped. So like, if we can sneak up on guys, we're mostly fine. But the problem is, even the like stationary dudes who like literally don't move at all are rarely alone. There's a camera here, right? Like, you're taking it slow, but before you know it, there's someone behind you. Yeah, explosions linger for about 10 seconds, but they don't make an audible noise. There's a camera, okay. Right, like, behind me, up there. How the fuck do I take out this camera? Like that, I was gonna say before it sees me, but maybe it cannot see outside the room. Oh, that was probably too fast. Oh, hello. Well, that looks like some kind of a security room or something. Oh, there's an alarm? we're making some modicum of progress. I'm really glad that we, like, we're getting to do this stage at the beginning of a stream. While I have some energy and patience. Because it'll, like, take a while. Alright, I was curious to see how, like, much of a difference that might make. So he did shoot me there. But clearly I am tactically encouraged to let him get closer before I open. At least good to know. So that door just moved, which means I think we missed the first guy. I wonder... It's hard to know, like, the patrolling guys, I wonder if you could conceivably, like, take them all out. I'm not sure if you're, like, kind of thinning the herds by taking out individual guys, or how that works. Yeah, definitely not very intuitive. And it's like, it's not intuitive, but up until this point, that hasn't really mattered that much. You know, surface, it kind of matters because you can definitely screw yourself over once the alarm goes off, because the incessantly, like, spawning dudes get so much worse than before. But here, it's like, you know, it's a literal death sentence. So, I wonder if... And it's like, how would I even test this? I don't know. Oh, I literally hit the door. Alright, so I can... Well, this wasn't a very effective strategy because I still... This dude ended up shooting me like 6 times. But it doesn't seem like they can see me through the window, at least. Weapon cycling is a little bit of a nuisance. Safe key, yeah. Well, okay, I triggered more dudes. Maybe that was a patrolling guy? I don't know. Fucking bulletproof hats. Well, whatever. Archer Wagon redeemed collection lore. Man, I don't even know what we would look at, but I'll think about it and we'll do it a little bit later. Yeah, I know you can cycle the other way, but it's like pretty clunky input, and the issue isn't so much that, like, memorizing the exact order of items in your inventory is difficult, and if you press the button, there's like a full 3-second delay before you kind of see, well, it's not maybe 3 seconds, but it's a very long delay until you see what you switched to. And I know you can rapidly switch, like you can press 3 times quickly and you'll switch to like 3 items down the list, but you need to memorize the list in order for that to be effective. So the, you know, you can easily like cycle a few things, then you wait 2 seconds and he brings up, you know, the completely wrong weapon. You're like, oh fuck. And, you know, trying to remember or being aware of whether you have 1 or 2 cloves. So it's like, well, is it 1 tap to go from clove to the AK, or is it 2? Like, it's a perfectly fine solution for, like, making inventory management function with like 2 buttons. But trying to swap weapons mid-combat is like very dicey. Yeah, and even if you pause, it's like a 2-second delay of him like arduously like, let me look at my watch here, and you're like getting shot 5 times in the meantime. Yeah, the having to redo this part is kind of the worst. Yeah, I don't know what you guys were on about Surface being the worst level. At least you got to run around and shoot. This level fucking sucks. Where'd I get this? Did I... How on earth did I get the throwing knives? Did I fucking beam them through the cell floor somehow? I must have. No, I know where they are. I just... I didn't go here to get them. Well, I guess... yeah, the question isn't from where did they come, but how? How did they travel into my hands? So I could have taken out that guy, but I was a little bit too slow. You can definitely use the watch magnet to pick them up, because I cannot conceive of another way of doing it. But yeah, the fact that I did not aim my watch anywhere close to the sewer, and the fact that I was literally behind bars when I did it is what confused me. You can shoot them and they pop up. It's the Homer Simpson-esque solution, but that's pretty funny that that works. Did I get him? Well, sort of, not exactly. Oh. So I guess that's a different guy who was roaming there before. Yeah, just keeping track of who the guards are is like just a slight, tiny little bit of a nightmare. Yeah, so that's like extremely not viable way of doing that. Like getting kind of a feel for timing of the delayed gunshots is weird, because again, there's no feedback. And even if, you know, okay, sure. Sure, just protect me. I don't even know how I survived that. I'm curious. Oh, okay, so there's that thing. Yep. So I walked. Okay, no, I walked past it. I wonder if the first time, like, maybe the turret don't fire if you're not in like an alert state. I have no idea. I need to take a bathroom break shortly, but we'll do one more attempt. Is it wrong to just love the mechanics of this? I mean, saying that you really like GoldenEye on the N64 is like probably the most ice-cold video game take you could possibly have. Although the specific mechanics of how this shit functions with the stealth is perhaps not this game's greatest strength. I'm like trying to aim sort of towards the fucking circle strafe around him. What on earth did I do that before? Alright, well, KF7 ammo is at a premium here, so maybe somehow he fired a bullet that somehow hit the knife, the fucking 1 in a billion shot that bounced it up and right into my pocket. I don't know. Like, in order to take out guys here, I feel like you have to, like, line up your aim perfectly so you can be ready. But if you can, like, take care of some of the patrolling guards and, like, the sum total of actual dudes who can just bump into you patrolling is reduced, then, like, I'll happily spend several minutes doing so. But yeah, this is like, waiting is boring. But like, what options do I have? So I will say that was a Clob dude. And as much as I don't like using the Clob, they definitely feel pretty deadly. Like, those guys always take a chunk of my health bar. So I'm glad to take him out. So I think there's one guy that goes through here very early on that I usually miss. And then there's the two, like the first guy and then the Clob guy almost immediately after him, and then the third guy. I was gonna say, I assume there would be other guys. So that's 4. I mean, if you're lined up just right, it doesn't really require any aiming. It's when you have to, like, very precisely put your analog stick at the right, like, millimeter position that it gets really dicey. Not really sure. Well, actually, the thing with the throwing knife is that it at least doesn't risk me firing a bunch of loud bullets. Alright, sick. It didn't hit anywhere close to my actual reticle. I was like, well, it looks like I could throw this next to her, but nope. I threw it right on her back. It's also very funny that the throwing knives just bounce off of everything. So let's just redo this part. See, I picked up a throwing. Did I fucking take him out of his back pocket or something? Because they're not there. And I didn't get them when using the magnet. It's highly mysterious. blob guy should be coming pretty soon, I think. Aiming around the middle of that door makes sense because he'll walk towards it. Using the knives to take out the guys in the room, well, it could still work, but I fucked up and threw the first knife in a way that didn't kill him, so I still had to deal with all three of them. I think I can throw a knife, line it up a little bit better so I get a headshot, and then maybe if you back out, like if you know precisely where to aim, you can probably headshot one more dude as he runs through the door. But then you probably have to like either fumble about switching weapons or like fuck, okay. I hit him right in the hat. So that's like not the ideal aim there. But there's the okay, so the first guy we got is actually the first guy that we usually miss. So that means there's one more guy after this. Well, no, there's the other guy that's after this, and then one more after that. Unless the first guy is also the last guy. Well, I only have one more knife. So we'll wait a little bit more. But if taking out these guys means, like, that we effectively clear out the patrolling guards. Of course, again, I have no way of knowing. I mean, I don't know the route, so I don't know if, like, if this is everyone on this particular beat or what. It's also very, very funny to picture this as, like, a scene in a Bond film. He uses his watch to snatch the key from across the hallway, and he, like, judo chops the guard, collects some throwing knives, and then just stands there, just like sniping dudes through a doorway for 3 minutes. What's up, Itinerant Soldier? Okay, it looks like we may have cleared out this section. Too bad I can't wear the bulletproof hats. Alright, so that guy's pretty far. Well, they're all far away. Yeah, I don't think using the knife here is going to be... Yeah, trying to switch to this weapon in the heat of battle. Just going to get in the way. Probably alerted people now. Well, maybe not. Yeah, so like even with the broad understanding of how the kind of sound range sort of works, I have no idea about like what is it like. If sound is like an expanding circle, which makes sense, what is it that circle exactly is hitting that is triggering like enemies to spawn? Is it, and again, I'm just like, this is a rhetorical question, please don't answer it, but I'm just speculating, like, is it that if some stationed or patrolling guard gets sort of collided with that circle, it's one, like, if that would alert that guard, that would make perfect sense. Does that then also trigger like 6 guys to spawn from over here? Like, I mean, that's kind of how it feels, but because you can't see or really understand what's happening, it's pretty obtuse. And it's like you can kind of tell after the fact, like, well, I guess I didn't spawn a bunch of enemies, so I think we're cool now. And if it turns out that we did in fact clear out the roaming guards here, But that guy, fucking sniper over there. Well, I mean, he's gonna make it here eventually, I guess. I think she just took 2 bullets to the gut, but... So he, like, noticed that somehow. Usually they don't really notice. Well, maybe we're in alert now. That's why. Well, that was 2 shots. But I think we're probably actually okay. So what I'm assuming is the case here. That may be incorrect. I'm fucking mashing. Alright. He's not dead. Oh, this was going really well up until that point. Well, okay, that guy had a key card. Well, what I was trying to get to is that the dudes walking around here are probably on a different route than the dudes who are down there. Unarmed, knives, okay. Alright, this is where I want to get to. I reckon... the guy's head is like right next to a corner. I don't like the way he's leaning. Oh, the other guy saw me as soon as I opened the door. Okay. Yeah, shit. That's not a good strategy. I could kill her pretty easily, but she seems pretty resilient to their shots. I don't... oh yeah, my sensitivity settings limit how much I can... If I push all the way to the corner, I don't actually move the camera. I should probably tweak the settings a little bit. I wanted to turn down the sensitivity as much as I could, because it's absurdly high by default. But I've had multiple situations now where I'm actually inconvenienced by not being able to... because otherwise you try to find aiming and like the camera just instantly starts whipping around. You want to kind of do this, but when you can't move the camera when you want to, a bit rough. All right, so I think we basically got the path to the first room kind of cleared out, and because we killed a bunch of dudes there, it seems to me that we probably took out those roaming guards as well. I just realized I should be a little careful about shooting that. Yeah, okay, there's guys over there. That probably leads back. Oh. Extremely stealthily. So going through here, last time there was like 6 guys, but probably I was in alert mode when that happened. Yeah, Nasser, I have no way of knowing what this would be like on a real N64 with a real N64 controller, so all I can go on is like how it feels. Like when I first started setting this up to play it, I can say without a doubt that it was like the sensitivity was too high because it was like unplayable. And the controller plugin I'm using for this emulator right now, it like defaults, or it says like 67% sensitivity is like what you want, and it's kind of a... it's like when you push the stick all the way, it actually pushes it to, again, like 67% of what like the input parser will allow for. Of course, the N64, it's kind of weird, right? Because it's You can like calibrate it by pushing in a direction on boot, and the game, like the hardware doesn't have a strict limit on, you know, the way it works, right? So let's say the position, let's just call it 0 for the sake of simplicity, where it's in the middle, like 0 0 on both axes. And let's say that it goes to plus 100 and minus 100 on each axis. If you push it all the way down, when you boot the system up, it will interpret the down position as like 0 0. So then if you let go, the neutral position will then be read as like the physical neutral will be read as, again, for the sake of simplicity, let's say 100 plus on the vertical axis, and if you push it up, you will get 200. And depending on the game, of course, some games will interpret that differently. There are some games, like I believe Doom 64, which will not limit your input in the way that you literally go faster. Like, you will move at double speed, or at least faster speed, if you calibrate the controller that way. Most games are probably a little more sensible than that, but you also, like, there's also the fact that I say that it would go between 0 and 100, but there's probably, like, let's say you disassemble the controller and you don't have this plastic shell, then you could probably push the joystick further and get a, you know, a higher value input than you could normally. So to account for like an authentic input, the emulator sort of lets you set the range for it, and it claims that the 6 to 7% is like real hardware, but obviously it's going to also depend on what your physical controller is like. So that's kind of why I mean, like, I have no idea, but I set it a little bit lower than that because I thought even that felt like it was too high. So there's, you know, I'm sure there's significant difference. Whether it's significant enough for me to like feel that it's that different, I have no way of knowing. But for this, like, because I can't trust that I can get it actually accurate, I'm more concerned with getting it in a way that I can feel comfortable playing. And lowering it to this point, I still think it feels way too high when you're doing the targeting aiming. I think it's super hard. You have to like do these like extremely tiny adjustments on the analog stick to aim. I think it's super hard to aim. And frankly, the game is way more fun when you can just rely on the auto aim. But you know, I could lower the sensitivity and make the aiming easier, but then I can't like turn properly, and I obviously can't, like, I tried pulling it down to like 50% and the aiming felt better, but I literally could not move the camera at all when aiming, and that's like a little bit of a handicap. I don't know, maybe the strat is to set it that low so that you can actually aim without being afraid, because you know the issue is kind of, you start aiming and at an arbitrary point the camera starts moving, and it's like, you know, it feels kind of weird. But now it's also inconsistent in that if I push the stick straight up or to the side, I can move the camera, but if I go diagonal, I can't. So I should probably change it one way or the other, but I'm also kind of used to how it handles, so I also kind of don't want to change it. I don't know. So we're at like half of a pip of health, so we're about to die. I think it would be somewhat valuable to learn what's behind this door and what it looks like when we're not in an enemy alert state. Well, what it looks like is you open it and then you are in an alert state. But we got a tape. Is that a camera? No. That is a camera. The camera is what saw us. See? This is excellent intel. Well, that guy has DD-44s. I'd like to have those guns, actually, but it's probably not worth dealing with this to get them. But also, we learned the position of a camera, so next time we will be able to get this, take that guy. That's progress. So honestly, the second leg, sort of, right, taking out the dudes around the staircase is is the issue there, because the guy who's like right around the turn of the corner when he's walking into the stripey sentry gun area always seems to turn the corner, and then like from a 90-degree angle he can just spot me at the end of the hallway, and then he starts shooting. But I don't think we actually triggered the alert. I think it was just the patrolling guards are all close enough that they kind of, you know, all show up. And now that I think about it, well, there are definitely, you can definitely get spawning dudes. But I wonder if some of the times where it seemed like I was getting a bunch of guys spawned, that it was actually just the patrolling dudes who were around the corner that showed up. It's a little bit ambiguous, to say the least. But I think we're making solid progress. To be perfectly frank, this is more how I expected a lot of this game to go. And the fact that we could basically steamroll our way through most levels up until this point on the first try felt like, I don't want to say suspicious, but not what I had expected. So this is a little bit more in line with my expectations, but hearing people say also that, you know, this is a kind of difficult spike gives me a little bit of hope that the rest of the game won't be like this. But I'm also, you know, I'm not at all making any kind of commitment to clearing the game on Secret Agent. It'd be nice, but if it comes to it, I'd rather switch to Agent than like completely, you know, bang my head against the wall. That was hard to figure out, but it's not hard when you know how to do it. Yeah, I mean, the first part now seems like I'm still struggling a little bit with taking, like, the problem I have is once you get, like, once you're in a gunfight, taking out dudes with single shots is scary. Because I have to be pretty slow, and that gives them time to shoot me. It could be that I'm being overly cautious. It's hard to say. But before I started trying to space my shots out more, it's definitely true that I would end up triggering more guards. But clearly, sniping a bunch of dudes with knives from the prison room is working. So now I'm thinking, maybe I shouldn't... Like, the dudes who are in the room with the safe, they're just gonna stay there. Because I had an idea earlier that maybe I should just leave them there and come back, but I wasn't sure about it. Because I figured, like, I want to grab that key in case I need it. But now I know that I can take out a few cameras, I can get the tape. I'm curious to explore more of the level to see what I can find. And if there's a silenced weapon I can find or something else. Even if I need that key, I'm very unlikely to grab it without taking any damage. So I'd rather hold on to that health to take me to other places in the level. Maybe I can find body armor. At the worst case, like, I can learn more about the layout. Like, we just found that camera before we died. Maybe I find where the other cameras are. Like, yeah, I think it's like I should take out those first guys, and the next step is kind of figuring out or practicing the patrolling guards who are up the stairs. Because if I can learn to take them out consistently, it means I can basically approach the rest of the, like, exploring the rest of the map with, if not full health, at least not like 25% health. This is probably harder than most 00 levels up to this point. It requires an entirely different approach to the game, which has not at all been required so far. Like, this is a level I feel like you can't improvise, whereas every level so far is kind of... you can just kind of, you know, to varying degrees of success, of course. But, yeah, this one feels very different. There's a tip. I'm afraid, Koso, that I will have no way of knowing whether that's a tip I would like to hear or not until I've already heard it. So since you asked, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to say, please don't tell me. I reckon it's probably fine, but I don't know. Like, if it's something... Let me try to think. How do I phrase this? If it's knowledge that's gonna take away from the kind of challenge of figuring it out, or if it's especially if it's something I'm likely to piece together, then I guess I'd rather not know. If it's something that knowing it will make me have more fun with the game and I would never ever be able to figure it out, then I'm probably better off knowing. But that's the thing, that's like, it's so hard to know that without knowing what it is. And that's the thing, like, if you had mentioned it in passing, it's likely I wouldn't have thought about it. But if you ask, I'm much more inclined to say no. If it's something that's like relevant to this level, then yeah, please do tell me if I finish it, or if I reach a point where I get too frustrated with it. But I think that's a fair compromise. But thank you for asking. I appreciate that. Sorry, I missed this question from Mendel91. How was the Duel on the Mega Drive compared to the Master System? They were both really cool. I had the Mega Drive game as a kid, and I never finished the game. Oh, sure, that works too. That works. I remembered that game as being very hard, and I never finished it. And coming back to it now, I finished it in like 2 hours. Obviously, if I didn't have the knowledge and experience with it from childhood, I would not, like, I would definitely not expect someone to beat it in 2 hours blind. I mean, there's god gamers out there who I'm sure would be able to figure it out that quickly, but I was relying on a lot of previous experience and knowledge with it, just extremely basic stuff on how to handle certain things. I think they're both great games, and both of them easily in the chronological timeline here of Bond games. Let me pause the timer. I might as well. I'd say they are both up there in like the top. And they're very different. They look very similar because they use a lot of the same art assets, but each of them have a bunch of unique, cool stuff that's not in the other game. Arguably the biggest weakness of the Mega Drive game is that the villains who show up are extremely unceremonious. They just stand there in some level and walk around, and you take them out just as easily as any other enemy, except they take more hits. But usually you just stand there and shoot, and they just kind of walk around ignoring you until they die. The sprites for the bosses are sick, or the villains, but actually encountering them is not very exciting. In the Master System version, however, you have like big ass proper boss fights with them. Mayday is not in the game, which is unfortunate, because she's cool. But Jaws, Oddjob, and Baron Samedi all have a unique boss fight. The Mega Drive version does have a big boss fight at the end, but otherwise does not have any real boss fights. The Master System version took much longer to beat because it's actually structured in a pretty different way, and it's actually surprisingly much more punishing. It's an interesting kind of contrast there, where the Mega Drive version is like clunkier. There's a lot more kind of inertia to Bond's movement that make him tricky to control, but you get a lot more kind of health refills and stuff like that. In the Master System games, you literally never get health refills at all. Except technically you can win a little bit of health back in a bonus game every third level or whatever. But even when you clear stages, you don't get health back. Rescuing hostages don't give you health back. Like, there's a lot of stuff like that. And you need to collect a bunch of suitcases and rescue hostages and bringing a bunch of stuff with you kind of into the final stage, because it has this final escape sequence where you have limited time, and the amount of time you have is based on your performance up to that point. They're both sick. Like, I think the Master System version is kind of mechanically and structurally more interesting, but it also has and it has like more elaborate and interesting level design, I think. but it also has like pretty shitty sound because it's got like it's got two songs. It's got one level theme and one boss theme, and you can only play with music if you turn off sound effects. Meanwhile, the Mega Drive version has a great soundtrack by Matt Furness, and the sound effects are great too. Like, they're both awesome games. I would highly recommend both of them. I'm inclined to say that I prefer the Master System version, but it's definitely not the definitive one because they both have a lot of cool things that the other one doesn't, for as similar as they are. But I think of course the Master System one is more novel for me, but it was also the challenge of learning the game and then finally beating it was very, very satisfying. And I mean, the Mega Drive one was satisfying too, but it was less of a journey to get there, I guess. But they're both cool. They're both cool. All right, I need to take a break. I've been going for almost 3.5 hours. Started early today, so my schedule and internal clock is all off. But I will go to the bathroom. I'll go stretch a little bit, try to refocus, and we will make another attempt at 5.2 Bunker. So see you guys in just a little bit. All right. I'm back. All right, so I think we have some knowledge to make some progress. But man, the first part of this stage is pretty boring. So let's see how we can optimize this somewhat, maybe. All right, important that I do grab the knives if I don't get them magically. Oh. There we go, got him. Aiming your fucking slappers is pretty tricky. Want to be a little bit left of this. So I think, oh man, I can't count. Is it 4 or 5 guys? I think it's 4 guys, because it's the 2 AK dudes before and after the club guy. Then I think they like loop around, so sometimes I manage to get the first guy, like the final dude before all those others, or he comes around last. But we'll see. Is there a more time efficient way of dealing with these guys? There might be, but right now at least it's imperative that I stay safe, because I want health. Shit. Oh, this is really bad. But those guys got alerted. I guess they saw... Whoops, Interesting. Well, we can just make this a learning experience. I was lined up poorly, and I was impatient. I should have let him go. Alright, so that must have spawned guys, because these are the remaining patrolling guys, or otherwise they wouldn't have. Because if these had been spawned alert guys, they would have been running. See, this guy was still just chilling. Fucking hat. So we had definitely a few extra guys, which I'm whatever. I'm trying to remember like what could have triggered them exactly. I don't even know who that is. So it's possible that we have some dudes from this route who just now were alerted down here. I don't know. We should probably do something like this. They'll come through here at some point. I don't think anyone on this like second leg ever comes down these stairs. Man, I wish there was some that's a good spot. Well, we're at literally like no health. But yeah, that seems to be a much better strat for taking out these guys than trying to like snipe down the hallway. Yeah, once things went south in that first group, though, like, it's interesting, but it's a little bothersome. Basically, it starts becoming unclear which of the enemies are stationary and which are, like, you know, dynamically spawned. And the difference is important because not knowing means you kind of can't, you know, keep count. We got magically attracted the knives this time. That's nice, a little time save. But I don't know of a more reasonable way of taking out these guys. Alright, I've got an aim position here that works, so let's not mess with it. I just had a thought. If I skip the safe room here, as in there is a safe in this room, and I go to the staircase to fight dudes, if I fuck up and make a little too much noise, I wonder what the risk is of these guys down here coming for me. I feel like they might, because, you know, they're literally, well, yeah, they definitely would, because they're on the other side of that wall. I'm standing very close to the guy who's, like, behind the table in this room. When I'm on the other side of that wall. So I got I can see 4 guns on the floor. That's 2 KF7 guys and 1 dual clock guy. So this should be the last guy. Oops. Fuck. But yeah, I guess once the dudes in this room started coming out through the door last time, that's a dead giveaway that we trigger the alarm. Yeah, look at that guy on the left. I'm literally standing basically on the exact other side of this wall if I'm shooting up the staircase. And it's gonna be hard to know if I have them triggered. Thank you, Natalia. What the hell? I was extremely confused. Oh, all right. I didn't kill the guy. I hit his fucking bulletproof hat. I guess it's also knife proof. Okay. So I kind of screwed that up a little bit, but it actually went pretty okay. Yeah, it's hard to know. Like, you got a little bit of an arc to the knife throw, so it's hard to snipe at a distance. Yeah, little side hops are so funny looking. But yeah, sniping dudes as they come out of doorways, perfectly doable, but you need to give them a little bit of clearance. Oh, he came running. That's not a good sign. But he might still be... I mean, I guess he would be running if he was... stationed right next to him, but I think we got some extra guys. Then again, no one seems to be coming from behind, which is a good sign. Fuck. Then again, they don't seem to be able to hit me here. Maybe they can only infinitely spawn from areas where there are still guys. I don't know. But that seemed to be... There were quite a few of them, so I think there were probably more than there would have been. But having said that, no one's been coming for a bit. So I think we're okay. But how much you want to bet the dudes in that room are still there? I don't think we, like, cleared them out. Yep. So yeah, the knife here is a bit dodgy because the instant I open the door, it's gonna react. And the knife has, like, travel time. We're doing pretty fucking great right now, though. I mean, I shot her the once. That's not ideal, but... Of Atomic Runner, yes. It's Martin Campbell's GoldenEye 007, the official game of the movie. Yeah, well, Luxury Ragged, if I was playing on the default controls, I probably would have a lot more trouble. The solitaire control scheme does help quite a bit. Guess I hit his hand. Alright. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot more effective strats, but right now... Well, effective. There are faster strats, I should say. Surviving is effective for me right now. I just feel good about being able to make progress. Alright, don't fucking dare get in the way. Hope that didn't attract anyone. So there's a camera basically. All right, so can you? Yeah, you can aim literally right up, straight up. Good. Oh. Okay. Okay. Gonna take a few more shots. I got careless. I stopped thinking. Now, I wonder if that's the dude who was stationed... Nope. Is he still standing there? Oh, we can take him out without... Alright, so maybe you can walk around the other side of that room and then shoot this camera from a slightly more sensible angle. Then again... Good work. There we go. You can destroy them in one shot if you hit the lens, but otherwise I guess it's like 5 or 6. Okay, basically a PB. We haven't really explored past this point. So this is not the security room. Or whatever she said we should go to. I'm like trying my best to scout for cameras. Okay, that's that camera. Let's, I guess, try to explore this floor first. Yeah, I mean, it's... Oh, right. This leads to the main fucking room. Is that the room she was talking about? I don't know why I'm looking here. She's not gonna tell me in the menu. But that's the exit. The exit's gonna be through there, right? That means we should probably explore the rest of the level first. There's probably nothing over there other than turrets and instant death. We did pick up a key card, which surely does not lead to that safe. Alright, there's computer shit in here. Surely there's a camera here somewhere. I seem to vaguely recall a camera, but that might just be... Aha! Well, we can snipe this guy first. Let's not snipe his hat. Would be good enough. Like, when you can actually, like, stop to breathe, this is, like, kind of a cool level, but learning this level in the early stages of trying to piece together what the hell's even going on was definitely painful. Okay. Nice. Aha. Safe key. Nice. Let's double back and see if we can open that safe. The levels aren't going to be very big, right? So I reckon we've actually explored most of it at this point. Because the final list we were looking for could definitely be in that main command room. And this should be empty now. It's pretty satisfying, I have to say. Yeah, it's really satisfying. Aha! Red dossier. And we got a fucking silenced gun. Do we have any ammo for it? Nice. Oh yeah, it uses the same ammo as the Clob. Different nice staff list. We got GoldenEye on VHS. That's pretty sick. GoldenEye Operations Manual. Alright, so I assume this is like a 00 objective. Because, like, when you do stuff that's part of objectives that's not on your current difficulty level, there's, like, no context for it, so you're just like, okay. And this game doesn't really have a thing where you, like, you can't bring up, like, a lore screen on individual inventory items. Unfortunately, it would have been really sick. It would be fitting for the game, I think. But the fact that we even have this little screen where we can see these, like, holographic renderings of each item is pretty sick. So this should mean that we are pretty much free to go gung-ho on enemies that might show up. Which means that we can kind of breathe easy. Now, I reckon we have essentially... Well, not cleared the stage, but I imagine the command room is like the only part that's left. And there's going to be cameras. There's at least one camera on one of the little side rooms. It's so cool that, like, yeah, I do know this place. Like, I can't fucking navigate these identical hallways. But once we're like, oh yeah, I recognize this room, and like we get to the command room, I have a sense of like, oh yeah, okay, I know. Because we're on the one short end, and immediately across from us is the... Oh my god, there's a bunch of guys there. Okay, someone saw me. This feels so, like, relaxing. And so stress-free. Right, so at least one of these side rooms, I reckon, has a camera. I forget if both of them do. The level got built out over time. Yeah, that wouldn't have really dawned on me because I figured, like, there's just infinite gray hallways that I can't navigate because it all looks the same. I just assumed that we didn't necessarily access the same rooms and hallways every time. Alright, I need to... Oh shit! I got a second one at some point. Didn't realize. That's not a camera because it would be moving. I mean, I guess if you replay the levels more and you learn like a little more specifics, I guess there's, well, maybe it's less accurate. I don't know if there's a specific disadvantage to having both of them. Oh shit. Oh yeah. Who fucking cares about aiming? Alright, we got 40 seconds still. Can I? There we go. Oh, can I please go up? Oh my god. The objective is not completed. I missed something. Think? Yeah, we didn't get the lists. Did I not go down that? I thought I explored everything. I'm not too concerned. Alright, well, escaping here is gonna fail me the level, right? So, assuming there's no camera there, let me double back instead. Yeah, I didn't go down here. Nice. Okay, that's the last camera. Excellent. We got that final piece of intel. It's like, is that GoldenEye or is that just a regular camera explosion in this game? It's hard to tell the difference. You shoot a fucking cardboard box in this game and the hellish inferno just is summoned. Yeah, we got all the cameras. Sick. Excellent, excellent. All right, we'll get this. Either, like, as soon as we get a decent attempt where we don't fuck up, we got this. Oops, I didn't mean to start loading the next knife, but that's fine. We'll just cook it for a minute. I'm in a like slightly awkward position, but I'm not gonna move because that's probably a bad idea. The guard is gonna stop whenever they go through that door. I think they typically go into the safe room first, but yeah, we got great intel. We know that at the bottom of that little staircase, there's a guard to the immediate left, and that's also where the camera is. So once we've taken out that camera, we're good on cameras, because the last one that's in the final room, you can just kind of, yeah, you can definitely go gung-ho in that final room. If you got the PP7s, you don't have to worry about making noise, and the camera is easy enough. Even if the camera does see you, assuming you've done all the other objectives, you just run out the exit, so that should be fine. Unless we're at like 0 health, it should definitely be pretty alright. There we go. Oh, I had to hold the trigger for so long. Alright. There should be one guy left. Yeah, there's four guns on the floor, and nice. Okay. Okay, that might have He was the last dude here. Okay, I think we're good. I think if it would have summoned dudes, it would have done so already. All right, we should probably free her. Although, you know, we are coming back here because I need to get the gun. Might as well not rescue her until we're back here, so we don't have to worry about her. She can kind of act a little bit of a shield, but doesn't seem wise to rely on that. I mean, I had the thought before too that's like, obviously you don't need her until the end, but I didn't know whether it would be a viable strat to kind of come back here. But I think it is. Man, I'm really not sure where I should be aiming. Yeah, see, like, because now he's gonna go some weird place. The knockback on getting hit is, like, absurd. Surely there should be one clawed guy in this squadron as well. I don't trust that there wouldn't be. There was one last time, but I don't know if he was part of the patrolling crew or not. What's up, Marty.zone? Oh, speak of the devil. Okay, that's probably the last one. I think if there should be a dude left, we can probably deal with like one guy. There's only two guys in there, yeah. Well, actually, there might be three, but I can only see two of them here. Keep looking down because I wasn't sure if, like, hearing gunshots. I guess it was just this guy getting a little trigger happy, but I wasn't sure if that was maybe someone else. I was, yeah, all nervous. So the guy's gonna see me before the camera can do anything for sure. But luckily, sustained gunfire is no cause for alarm, except there's a rhythmic tapping of single shots, because then they know it's a British spy. There's this camera here, there's this up in there. Hopefully that wasn't too rough. I'm so scared when the lens is like staring directly at me. I don't think the camera can see you. I don't think the camera actually has a like rotating vision cone, but it's still scary as shit when it's like looking directly at you. We're not including the Ultimate James Bond Interactive Dossier CD-ROM. I mean, yeah, there's stuff like we're playing Bond games. We're not doing Bond everything literally. All right, so what I can do. Oh, wait. So why was this door open before? I guess I triggered like some dude spawning or something. Well, we're gonna backtrack. We can do this in a different way. But I think. No, wait. Fuck. If we open the other door, he's gonna see me. All right. We're gonna have to do this the stupid way. I mean, it's not stupid. It's incredibly smart. It's just a little silly and a little time-consuming. Well, I shot too rapidly. That's good to know. We're getting a slight sort of calibration on how rapidly you can actually shoot. I didn't destroy it, did I? I don't think I did. Sure looks like it's not there. Yep. That means we can snipe this guy, who I assume is still just standing there with his back turned. Nope, I guess he was one of those two guys. Alright, so we got the server room, whatever it is, over here, and we got the downstairs area. Actually, isn't this where you get the BP7 key? I think it is. We prioritize that, because that's going to make our life easier. In fact, probably do that. That's like the first thing you can do once you get to this part. Fuck off. He didn't see me, though. Maybe he was just spooked. So hard to do, like, single shots. Nice. Save key. Alright, we're doubling back now, so I guess we'll pick up Natalia. But yeah, I mean, yeah, once you have it kind of figured out how you can approach things, relatively smooth sailing. Assuming we can get back in here. Yeah, hello again. Oh yeah, you can actually see there's two guns there. Armed, knives. I guess this is essentially just going to let us fire a bit more rapidly. Right, so now you take a right here. To my immediate... She's coming, right? Right? Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. So I guess the way the objectives work basically is once you go to the GoldenEye room, she will, I don't know, fuck around a little bit and trigger the timer. And I guess she just runs to the exit that kind of looks like what was happening. So as long as she triggers that and runs towards the exit, you're probably going to clear the last objective. I don't know if you need to wait for her to exit or anything like that, but... Yep. Dude there. I guess that's the room she's talking about, the main control room. For some reason I kept thinking she's saying the security room. I'm just like never listening to her, I guess. Alright, so it doesn't say all cameras because there's one camera left and that's in the main control room. However, we still need the list, the other list. So this, I assume, would connect right back to the beginning of the stage, right? Yeah, we're on the other side of the locked door, which we can now unlock. Right, so I guess I could have come around this way. Well, whatever, it doesn't matter. Oh, this is a totally different area. That looks like body armor. Whoops. I fucking need it. I just realized I'm fucking dying. Alright, I collected something, and I completed an objective. Oh, thanks, Natalia. Dude, I'm almost out of armor. But it let me survive this room, which is, I guess, the kind of main purpose of it. Whew. I was expecting, like, a little tiny office. I wasn't expecting a whole fucking gunfight arena. Where the hell does this take me? Well, let's double check here. Right, there's only one camera left, and I know where it is, so we just gotta survive the final room. If we die, then at least I know that this room... Oh, it's... Oh, I see. It's that camera. I know not to just run into that room guns blazing, because I just saw the armor and kind of ran for it. But there were a lot of dudes in there. We'll try to sort of pick these guys off. Started auto-aiming for the guys at the other end of the room. Alright, back up, Natalia. Yeah, that guy's behind a 6-inch pane of glass or whatever, so he can't see us. So basically, once I step over that invisible threshold, I suppose she's gonna start looking at the whatever thing. Oh, okay. Well, never mind. Just gonna go do it. Dude, auto aim doesn't work through railings, I guess. Wait, okay, no. I was like, wait, did I do the other objectives? And I did. Oh, pause, delay. Spooked me. 49 seconds should hopefully be okay. Guy doesn't give a fuck. Complete it. Oh, I've got like 7 bullets left. Oh, 7 plus 7, I suppose. Is she coming? She getting stuck here? She was getting stuck. Holy shit. I was kind of making a joke. Alright, she's out. Dude, I wonder if she would have failed me the mission. Alright, well, we're standing 25 meters outside the base when it's being hit by a fucking orbital laser or whatever. Well, it's an EMP, but same thing. I'm sure we'll be fine. I mean, I guess in fairness, she did survive in the movie and she was inside the base at the time, so... Ah! Well, that was an ordeal, but we did it. We did it. Don't think she would have failed. Yeah, I guess, like, it's hard to know. Again, there's a lot of things that you don't really get feedback from. And I mean, it makes sense for that kind of objective in this, like... It wouldn't, of course, it wouldn't tell me whether I've successfully escaped with her or not until after I escape. But it's a little finicky when it doesn't tell me, like, if I make the decision to walk through the door to finish the level and I don't know if I'll get it or not, it's a little spooky. But we were able to dislodge her from the door frame and she ran out and we completed the mission. Mendel, thank you. Yeah, we did a Mario Paint stream where I drew Scorpion. That was fun. I want to know something about the big room at the back. Do you mean the storage room? Sure. Like there's something in there, I assume. When you mentioned there's time to look around for stuff. I don't think it would have made a big difference, but by all means. Yeah, I'm not gonna fucking shoot crates because they, like, I feel like you could trigger a chain reaction when the entire room explodes. Destroying anything in this game is like a life or death risk. Loads of ammo. Spawn point? Not sure what you mean by that, but I was fine on ammo, so it didn't really matter. I ended up being low on ammo at the very, very end, but that's after literally killing everyone in the room anyway. Enemy spawn point. Yeah, okay, sure. I guess it doesn't affect me too much either way. It is interesting though that the AI is, like, as far as the pathfinding goes. Yeah, every once in a blue moon you'll have someone get stuck in a door frame like she just did, but by and large, like, I've noticed for sure that, like, they can be aware of you and pretty effectively navigate towards you from pretty long distances. Although it's also clear that enemies will spawn, yeah, kind of the way you described when you turn your back, because that definitely happened on the surface level. Like you're turning around shooting dudes, and as you turn this way, like guys start spawning this way, and I don't know, it's pretty ridiculous. No, it's okay. It's okay. I don't mind. In this case, it doesn't really make a difference at this point. I mean, I'm happy to learn more about the game. It's just like I don't want to be overloaded. Like I don't want to get a fucking dissertation on every mechanic in the game before I play it. I'm always super interested in learning about the inner workings of any game, but like literally just when I'm about to play is probably the single worst time to ever learn it, because like if I'm not playing it right now and maybe playing it in the future, then it's super interesting to read about and learn about it. And if you happen to have that knowledge going into a game, it's cool. But if you're like focused on trying to play it and like trying to either learn those things or trying actively to avoid learning those things, either way it's a little bit chaotic. But you're good. Like I'm not it's not a problem at all. I appreciate the effort into being cautious about it. I appreciate that. Whew. Yeah, so we did 4 missions on the first stream, and on the second stream we did 4 missions. And on this stream I was like, let's start early. We can really burn through a couple of stages, and we've now been going for a bit over 4 hours, which is basically slightly longer than my regular stream time, and we've cleared 1 level. 14 minutes, it felt like it would be longer just from the tedious waiting time at the beginning. But I mean, 14 minutes is still long compared to most levels. I think my first level 1 on 00 Agent was like 16 minutes, but I took the long way around for some stuff. So it's definitely longer than average, but needless to say, we banged our head against the wall for like an hour and a half first. Oh, well, we made it. So this is where he meets 006, right? I'm trying to remember. Because he meets with fucking Robbie Coltrane, right? And he gets him to set up the meeting with Giannis after, like, I forget how he sets it up, but there's something about he like provides him with money or weapons or some shit. So I have a very, very vague recollection of this level. Obviously we're gonna meet Giannis, and there's gonna be a little bit of dialogue that we sit around for. And then I want to say there's something with like a fucking helicopter and dudes that show up or whatever. At this point I'm like even hazy on how the scene plays out in the film, but we'll see how it goes. Because I was gonna say, yeah, Valentine, obviously Robbie Coltrane's gonna have to be in this level because he's in the game, he's in the intro, and I don't think he's relevant to the plot after this point. So if this is the meeting, then we should probably meet up with him before the actual meeting, or maybe he's gonna like escort us there. Yeah, I remember Natalia was in this mission too. So contact Valentine, confront and unmask Giannis, locate helicopter, rescue Natalia, find flight recorder. So mission 6.1. Following the Severnaya incident, MI6 has lost track of the pirate helicopter, aka the Tiger. Presumably, the bugging device has been located and destroyed. Yeah, that's right, because we bugged the... We put a tracker and on the helicopter on the frigate mission, and so much for that, I guess. Natalia Simonova, who returned to St. Petersburg against our advice, has gone missing. We can only assume that she has been abducted by the Giannis Syndicate in a belated attempt to cover their tracks. Yeah, so in the film, like, he goes to the because they see like a heat signature of a person in the like Severnaya wreckage or whatever, and he like goes there. Find her? Does he even go there? I can't even remember. Well, whatever. I feel like I need to rewatch the movie. I've already like forgotten all the plot details. I'm so immersed in the game at this point. But the game doesn't, you know, in any way rely on you having seen the movie, because every mission has like this detailed explanation of the plot, and the plot doesn't really follow the movie in detail anyway. It has a lot of the locations. Like, I think they did a great job of building levels around recognizable locations and set pieces of the film, but it's playing pretty fast and loose with it for the benefit of the structure of the game. So I think it's pretty cool. And it's like playing the game isn't exactly spoiling the movie either. Like, you could kind of have the I shouldn't say the opposite, the equivalent feeling of playing the game first and then you see the movie, and you would definitely recognize, like, you would recognize the GoldenEye command room, you would recognize the statue stuff, you'd recognize like a bunch of yeah, little things, which I think is pretty sick. Situation is critical, 007. Yanis knows we're onto them and they're taking control. We're going to circumvent the usual channels on this one. I've arranged contact with an ex-KGB agent, Valentin Zukovsky, in Statue Park, St. Petersburg. He claims he can set up a meeting with Yanis. Apparently, the head of Yanis wants to see you in person. Frankly, I'm uneasy about this, but it's all we've got to go on. Yeah, I'm pretty sure M is not really involved, because Valentin is like a contact of Bond's? A contact/mortal enemy. But whatever. No gizmos this time, old boy. Alright. Damsel in distress. Just be careful with that chopper, James. Alright. I want to say it's like nighttime, right? So we're probably not going to be able to see shit. Pretty cool, though. Layered sky texture. Pretty good. Well, we don't have a silencer, unfortunately. Couldn't spring for one. Dramatic music. Oh! Okay, well... hopefully stealth isn't going to be a requirement on this stage. It's pretty cool. Gigantic statue-esque cubes. It's just murals and reliefs. Oh man, it's like the goal all times, just running around shooting guns. I don't feel like I'm being overwhelmed so far, so that's a good sign. Oh, I thought I could walk up here. Polygon is too steep. The music's going pretty wild. Yeah, close. Yeah, that's where I kind of doubled back. It looks like you're supposed to go up on these little bridges. Pretty cool. Like, it's really impressive with how, like, extremely crude means they actually managed to achieve a pretty decent atmosphere. The sound is doing so much heavy lifting in this game, though. So far, it feels like reasonably linear. I do remember this stage like being... It's funny that I have memories of this stage. I probably was playing on Agent, because I definitely don't remember going through what we just did in Bunker. But I remember, like, the dialogue bits, and I remember that it's, like, nighttime, which, of course, it is in the movie, too. But as I mentioned, like, I had some memories of the helicopter thing, and I seem to vaguely recall, like, enemies dropping in or whatever, but I guess it's just, like... Because I was expecting now that it would be a pretty, you know, somber, walking up to a clandestine meeting kind of a thing. But there's a lot of shooting. from the very beginning. But I want to say, like, it's definitely, you know, the mission starts and then, like, things kind of go south and they change. I have these, like, vague ideas of how things might go. Sort of. Aha, there. I did kind of seem to remember. Okay, sure. Okay, Ex-KGB agent meeting an MI6 operative in the middle of St. Petersburg? Ah, I never thought I'd find myself helping you, but things have changed in Russia. Yanis will meet you by Lenin's statue. Beware him. He's a Lenin's Cossack traitor. Now I must leave. The guards are out in force, and I fear they may mistake me for a spy. Just casually walking around. Ark's just crawling with soldiers. Alright. So the Lenin statue... Did we pass it, or did I just see it in the intro? I don't remember. So I'm not sure if I need to backtrack or push forward, but... Yeah, I reckon that guy was just, like, running away because I was about to trigger the dialogue scene or something. I love that so much. You hit him during the tactical roll. Okay, that looks like... Well, that looks like bad news. But this looks like a... Oh, okay. No, that's not Lenin, but I was gonna say this looks like a key location. Well, I guess there's a bunch of hammers and sickles. I mean, we might as well explore a little bit. Okay, this looks like an enemy spawning cabin. I've seen some of those in my days. Like, at least the dudes seem to spawn basically one at a time. So when you have to deal with like 4 guys at once, that things get really rough. I need to move out of here before... Like, I'm standing too close to the spawn triggers. Or the spawn points, I should say. I got 2 at a time now. Oh, I'm still getting more ammo than I'm spending. Like, after my experience with the last level, every 5 seconds or so I keep thinking, did I accidentally switch to agent? It feels so, like, relaxed compared to the last level. I think that's cool though. Like, I do think that previous level is tuned in a kind of a weird way, so that it is like a bit too much of a difficulty spike, and it demands something very specific of you that the game doesn't really communicate. Yo, Trap and Raiders, welcome. You just missed me taking like 2 hours to clear 1 level. Yeah, that's sliding over there, right? Oh, we're making progress finally. Yeah, last stream everyone says that Surface was their least favorite level. But that was a lie. Because it was... I mean, it wasn't great, but... I guess you can learn Bunker and it becomes tedious, but not as frustrating as it was for a while. But if you try to do it fast or whatever, yeah, I don't know. We're able to breeze through some double levels with our training. That's not Lenin. Imposter. I'll just keep exploring, I guess. Problem with exploring when you have like everything is a gray soup, there's no visibility, and not a well, I was gonna say not a lot of landmarks. This stage has more of them than most. This feels suspiciously like a place where a helicopter might land. Looks like a... Oh shit, it's Baines John. Guess that's looks like an exit. That's good to know. I've got that scoped out. Alright, I am starting to suspect that the Lenin statue that we did see previously was in the opening cutscene. Hard to recall. This is my first time playing this game. This is not my first time playing the game, but I didn't spend a majority of the late 90s playing this game over and over and over like a lot of people. I've played it, I've seen bits and pieces, but I'm not that familiar with it. But I'm sure this is what people were referring to when they said, like, oh, he's in for a bad time now. Like, oh, I'm looking forward to him being tortured, figuring the shit out of this level. I was like, yeah, okay, sure. I guess we are trying to figure out what's going on and where to go. But I at least get to walk around and I get to shoot guns. It's a little bit more like the surface level than the last one in terms of what exploring and figuring it out entails. But it is not nearly as frustrating as Bunker, and it's not as ugly to look at as Surface, so got that over both of them. Maybe we do have to... Okay, probably not. We have some sort of a vantage point, but can't really see any further due to the draw distance anyway. Feels like the level is mostly kind of a hallway, but clearly there are places we have not yet been, because I backtracked to the beginning. I went what I thought was as far as I could go, like deep into the level, treating it essentially as a linear hallway, but since I didn't seem to reach the point I needed to reach, and doubling back to the beginning didn't solve that either, I'm inclined to believe that there is some offshoot something somewhere. Did I go through here? Probably, I must have, right? Because when we went up that little ramp, we saw the enemy spawning cabin, right? Like behind that wall. Plus, yeah. Everything looks samey enough that it's kind of tricky. Ah! What's going on with my thumbstick there? Sure. Yeah, right, exactly. It's this cabin. We saw it from up there. Right. Oh, I can actually squeeze through there. If we die and restart, it'll be interesting to... Holy shit, I can't believe I didn't take damage from that. Kind of cool that I was able to, like, instantly explode the grenade, though. I'm curious if the opening cinematic, like, having had the context of playing... is this a different area? Not sure. Looks like it might be. If having had the context of playing the level will make the opening cinematic a little easier to parse. Right now, I'm not sure. I don't think this is... Nope, we made it. Okay, I think I understand how I got here. But I'm, like, completely out of health, so... There's a little stutter there. Haha. Oh, this is pretty sick. Good evening, 007. Put that gun away. It's insulting to think I haven't anticipated your every move. There's a good fellow. That's pretty sick. Alec? You're Janus? Yes, the MI6 hero, back from the dead. But why, Alec? I trusted you. Trust can be misplaced, James. My parents trusted the British government. We were betrayed with all the other Lien's Cossacks. I will have my revenge. What have you done with Natalia? The girl? I left her with the pirate helicopter at the park gates. Yep. We're finished with them. I have the GoldenEye firing key now. By the way, the helicopter's rigged to blow in 3 minutes. I doubt she'll survive. I doubt I'll survive. Yep, I figured. Actually had a little bit more health left than I thought. Oh my god, okay. This guy's got fucking Pancor jackhammers or something. Not quite, but... Kinda cool, we got like different enemies now. That's a cool level. Alright, so... Bit funny, automatic shotgun. Yeah, locate helicopter is gonna be fine, and she's gonna be there. So I'm assuming the flight recorder is in the helicopter somewhere. So we're just the last 3 objectives are gonna sort of come in a package deal. All right, so obviously I wasted a bunch of time and especially health, kind of backtracking. So if we die and have to redo this, we'd reach that point quicker. But it did help me a little bit with the kind of geography of the level, I guess. Can you not? Oh my fucking god, okay. I figured I'd save a little time by dropping off that ledge, but no such luck. I love when you see those faces like cover the entire screen. It's pretty good. Oh, whatever. Alright, we got a minute and a half, but there's gonna be dudes here. I'll locate the helicopter. Oh, there she is. Proximity fuse, 15 seconds. Fuck off. Talia! Alright, so... this way, alright. So much for the fucking... oh, wait, okay. Right. I guess the timer was just to rescue her. I had a bit of a brain fart. I figured we'd lose the mission when it exploded, and then it's like, wait, hang on. We don't have to, like, retrieve the helicopter. Let's just look through this fucking opaque N64 smoke. Well, half of the helicopter despawned, so... oh yeah, of course, it's like, went flying somewhere. We gotta sift through about 2 acres of N64 soup to find it, I guess. Oh, maybe in this gigantic vomit. Okay. I can't believe half of the helicopter disintegrated and not a single giant flame erupted. Alright, we're almost dead. Man, it would be nice to clear this stage now. Did it fly to the other side of the map? I guess I wouldn't be surprised. That's a rhetorical question, by the way. Don't answer that. It doesn't matter, but... like, it's... everything's pitch black. Like, the enemies are easy enough to deal with, but... you would think the flight recorder would be somewhere adjacent to the helicopter. I don't want to try to touch that fence or go near it, because it might trigger the stage exit. But it doesn't appear that it's in the wreckage. Ah, alright. Okay. I figured I wouldn't make it. There was a bit of dialogue going on that I didn't quite catch in the heat of the action. But I strongly doubt he said like, oh, the flight recorder must have went flying in exactly that direction. Like, so if I missed a line of dialogue, I don't think it would have helped me find it. Yeah, so the target time was what, 3:15? Bit of a difference there, but yeah, obviously we spend a lot of time just fucking around. But yeah, we're pretty close. Feels so weird to use the on silence PPK. What's up, Aquas? Alright, so we can pretty much... And the thing is, like, if we just keep running, we're gonna have to deal with much fewer enemies as well. It's the red container, right? Yeah. Because there's just not time to spawn as many of them. In fact, it seems downright lonely right now. Oh, the guy heard me. I have a lot less ammo because I'm not building up like 400 rounds just farming dudes. Hello, are we gonna... Oh, there we go. I have to push the button. Updating your Mister. Any new cool horse and stuff coming out? Anything in particular you're updating it for? Yeah, this is kind of what I remember the dialogue bits being like. It's cool that there is dialogue, even if there's obviously no voice, but especially on repeated playthroughs, like, it's a bit like, you just stand around and wait. Alright, so we can squeeze through the fence here somewhere? Yeah. Like, pretty well hidden. Yeah. Did I fuck up? I think I fucked up, right? Yeah, I did. Okay. Everything looks the same. I thought I went to the right place, but I must have doubled back. Unless I triple fucked up again. No, I'm absolutely not worrying about any secret bonus stuff until I finish the game, and when I finish the game, we're gonna move on, basically. But yeah, I mean, this seems like a pretty fun level because it is just, you know... Wait, how did I fucking come back up here again? I literally was trying to walk away from this place. Like, I went down here and got, like, turned around. Dude, I might as well fucking start over now, right? Because I'm literally at the start of the map. And I haven't really achieved anything because I have to go back past the point where Valentin is anyway. Let's try that again. Yeah, there's I mean, I think the extra stuff is really cool, but I'm not playing this to, like, exhaust anything I possibly could out of GoldenEye. I'm playing this because it's one of 50 James Bond games we're gonna play. So... like, once we finish the game, I'm curious to see how I'm gonna feel about that kind of stuff. But I strongly doubt we're gonna... like, maybe with input from chat, figure out, like, one or a few levels that might be interesting to try and do the challenge for, just to do it. But I'm not gonna, like, go back and finish the game on 00 Agent or like, aim to find all the secrets or do anything like that. Irem Games, Toplan stuff, updating the PS1 core. Nice. Yeah, I understand the... I mean, that's my extremely vague recollection from childhood as well. that like I had friends who had this game, so I saw it and played it, but not an awful lot. But I remember like there were like I remember playing this with like DK mode and whatever, so like we would definitely have been able to get some of them, so it makes sense that some of them are pretty straightforward and others like seem crazy. I mean, I guess it's also, you know, the strictness of the time can vary, but anyone that has an objective or like a goal for agent is going to be at least more pleasant to grind than something that you have to do on 00. Yeah, runway is like a 20-second level, right? So it makes sense that that's not going to be too hard. There's like not a lot to that level just in terms of the layout. All right, let's try this again and hopefully not get lost. Yeah, the first few enemies are weird because just the sound and feeling of using the unsuppressed PPK is like so weird. Oops, I meant to change weapon. I accidentally reloaded. Can't believe I'm not going to spend a year doing speedruns. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. It's almost like I got better things to do. Right, we're doing super well on ammo here, but I think we still on average get more ammo than we spend killing dudes. Okay. Quality jukes. So we get to Valentine first. He might not want to talk. No, okay, just a delay. I thought it was like sinking through the floor or something, but no, it's just the proportions of this shipping container, a little funny looking. So I was kind of hugging the right wall, because we're kind of on the left side of the corridor, so to speak. And I think it branches off to the right. But yeah, I went back here. I see what I did wrong. Yeah, right, okay. But I'm pretty sure I can... Yeah, because I go in here. There we go. Yep, I'm on the right way now. So, like, I had a little bit of familiarity with this to remember that... I wonder if I need to turn around. I think a dude in green just, like, took off. I didn't quite remember this scene exactly from playing this in the past. But it's like, yeah, he's gonna walk away, and then these guys are gonna, like, I'm gonna have to fight these guys. So I wonder if you can speed this up. I mean, we could find out, I guess. Yeah. Wait, we probably failed, right? Because... Actually, we can check. I mean, we did confront and unmask him, didn't we? Yeah, okay, yeah, alright, right. That makes sense. Oh, I probably missed picking up a little bit of ammo, but fuck, okay. Not doing super hot. We're a lot faster, but... Right. Dude, oh my god, the aim. Obviously, getting back to the chopper in 3 minutes is like cakewalk, assuming I don't fucking get stuck or turn around navigating the soup hallway, but I don't have the black box thing figured out, so I don't really know what I'm supposed to do. But of course, once we reach that point, the timer's not an issue. Alright, we located the chopper. Wake her up. Proximity trigger. Talia. All right. James. Get to safe distance. Hey, what's up, Taco? Yeah, we spent like 2 hours on Bunker 2. And this is my second attempt, I think, on this level. All right, so the flight recorder. It's gonna be like within some kind of spitting distance, right? But I'm not sure if I need to like comb the floor here exactly or what I do. I guess I kind of still want to check this entire area just in case. But I think probably the idea is, I mean, obviously the helicopter explodes and the game spawns it somewhere. But the implication ought to be that it was in the helicopter, so it wouldn't have gone too far, I am assuming. But hey, it's a downhill slope here. I mean, I figured they would make it so you can actually fucking see it. But I'm just assuming that I'm like searching for an object on the ground, a little polygon. But like, would it have gone flying like this? It doesn't seem likely that it would be. That's pretty cool. A rare kind of tutorial message. That's actually surprisingly good feedback. I was literally turning around anyway, but it's pretty cool that the game tells you that. At least this stage doesn't have like a extremely slow, clunky opening. You're just kind of right into the action. I love when you shoot their helmets, you get the sound of fucking hammer hitting an anvil. Just clunk. And they're clearly not affected at all. It's pretty funny. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to reload. Luckily, swapping weapons also reloads automatically. I ended up taking a lot of damage throughout the level, and I'm not super clear on when and why. I mean, I know why I got shot, but like for the most part, doesn't feel like you're getting hit often. Whatever. Whoa. But I must have gotten hit quite a bit because I'd taken a lot of damage. Even by the time I got to the meeting, I didn't fucking speak with Valentin. It felt like they did leave us alone. Yeah, I guess they do. Yeah, 3 minutes still, like, you definitely need, like, 3 minutes is very tight for, like, playing the level from beginning to end. Just literally the dialogue is enough to eat up a bunch of time. Although, like, obviously, it's entirely possible that you can bypass a lot of that, and the game just doesn't really, you know, signpost that. Clearly, I could halfway skip the Janus meeting. But I'm curious, like, I didn't really pay attention to exactly when the objective was triggered. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'm taking like all the damage in this encounter. That's kind of what I suspected. I should stop to collect a little ammo if I didn't. Ah! The ground collision is fucked up. I accidentally swapped weapons. There we go. I'm low on health again. There's definitely got to be ways to take out, like... You can probably, like, take cover behind the statue, like, dealing with that meeting sequence. Oh my... Wow, that's annoying. Like, the... Especially, I guess, the way the dialogue plays out with the text and everything, it doesn't feel, like, super reactive and responsive, so... Knowing... I mean, I guess, like, if you get a trigger and the text changes or something happens, that's that, but, like, in terms of actually being able to tell, like, how close do I need to be for this, you know, to be safe from causing some kind of failure state or something. Like, when can I interrupt dialogue? I didn't die. Oh my god. Ah! I was like, oh, he's gonna have time to shoot. That does chunky damage. I'm just annoyed that I didn't get an attempt. Like, I didn't get to explore anything to try and make progress. Because obviously I know how everything works up until finding Natalia in the helicopter. But we just gotta do this again. But let's not accidentally skip Valentine this time. Oh yeah, 3:15. I was already at 4 minutes. I assume... I mean, you can you can navigate more effectively, I'm sure. Like that, I probably didn't need to go for that guy, but I'm short on ammo. So, like, how early can I just run out of here, for example? I'm not sure. But I think taking a lot of damage in that one first shootout, the first time, I definitely didn't really pay attention to my health. So I didn't really notice when I took damage. But clearly, I got there with full or close to full health. Oh my god. Oh, no, we got it. I was gonna say, like, he literally had said all of his dialogue, so we should be fine to leave. But then he's like getting all Otis on us and complaining about us cutting him off or whatever. But then it was fine anyway. Oh, I picked up a grenade. It's interesting. So, I reckon... Actually, we can try it. MI6 must be cutting their budget these... Yeah, I missed that line last time. Like, I wonder how far away I can be and still... Yeah, there we go. Oh, shit. That's right. Yeah, that's significantly better. Still took 1 or 2 hits, but I'm at like more than half health, I think, at least. I'm not gonna pause to look because that seems dangerous. Wow, can't believe I actually did get to squeeze through there. Okay. We got through. We got through. Well, I'm having very lucky enemy spawns here. Like no one here. I was gonna say, I wonder if they did spawn someone who just got like stuck on scenery or something, but the game doesn't seem too shy about spawning more enemies. Like on Surface, we had like giant piles of enemies. Holy shit, there's like not a single dude. What on earth? Well, that's optimal circumstances. Oh wow, we got almost full health. That's good, but also, man, okay. Well, at least we will get a shot at looking for the thing. Oh, I'm starting to look away at like debris flying, but it's like, that's not going to be an indication. It's literally going to spawn the thing somewhere. It's not going to actually physically fly from the helicopter. Well, maybe the enemy spawns just kind of broke, and they still are broken. That'd be nice. Gives us some nice peace and quiet, but that'd be too easy. Oh, I wonder if I have to go up on these little ramps somewhere to find... Oh, wait, that looks suspicious. Well, at least it's bright orange and visible. That's nice. Alright, peace out. Sort of squint. Oh! Okay. Let's see shit. Alright, so that's... Okay, I see. That's why we have to go away. Dude, why are these dudes in fucking winter coats 5 times more armor than the tactical SWAT dudes? Alright. Think I saw it fly once. Interesting. Okay, so it'd be nice to get a little debriefing. It'd be a cool thing if we got some kind of like commentary on what failed and what to do. 97.6% accuracy. Huh. Dude, that was 5 minutes. 3:15 is fucking fast. But yeah, I think for sure, like, if I wanted to go back and do any speed attempts, I don't think I would try to do any of them without a guide to let me know what I'm supposed to do. Because like 5 minutes, and hell, even 3 minutes is long enough that like trying to do it over and over, if you're not even like, if you have no idea if what you're doing is correct or not, I think would... I don't have the patience for that. I you know, I could try it if I knew what to do, but like the journey of like figuring out how to even get to that point, I don't think I have the patience for. Mr. Fui, no, when you show up, like he Alec asks you to put your gun away. It's the line from the movie. Or some approximation thereof. Because he's like, don't insult me by thinking I didn't predict your every move, or whatever. And he insists that we put the gun away. Yeah, like it's the thing where I suspect the execution of doing it quickly enough, or at least some of them, is not too bad, but that's assuming like you have the route and you know what to do. But I can tell from like the difference of 5 minutes to 3:15, and you know, I didn't even actually complete the stage, means that like there's a lot more to it than just running a little faster or whatever, you know. There's not necessarily like a trick to it, but for example, all these objectives where you kind of need to stand around for a little bit, I'm sure there's plenty of places where you can shave off, you know, anywhere from 5 to 20 seconds by standing around just as long as you need to and not a moment more. Like there, I could have left earlier, I think. But the process of like trial and erroring where those lines are drawn is like pretty tedious. Dude, I only have 30 rounds. I feel like we're getting here quicker and quicker. Well, I guess I have the gun. But now I'm also like, obviously once I have the black box, the orange box, I need to be a little more careful about Alright, I took one shotgun blast to the face. That's okay. I survive. Once we have it, I need to approach much more carefully just to see, because like when I got back there last time, I was able to just barely make out like a speck of teal color in the corner of the screen. So it's like, all right, one of the dudes was holding Natalia, or something similar to the hostages on the frigate level. So clearly, I gotta approach carefully. Yeah, not quite as lucky with enemy spawns this time. But I have no real sense of like what triggers her like getting executed. Like I'm assuming at least that I'm at least meant to shoot those guys and not like walk up carefully to trigger a dialogue. Yeah, I got back to the chopper at like 2 minutes last time. Like getting to run straight back was pretty sick. So I wonder if I can optimize this. Yeah, Bonjo says this way, and I happen to go this way, but if the flight recorder goes to the same place every time, yeah, she's, I don't think she's waiting for dialogue. She's just gonna instantly go where she's supposed to go. Yeah, so going down here to grab this, I could probably do faster. So let's hope it isn't randomized. I guess it is. Oh, well, we found it. But now we're not on a timer, at least. Fuck, I have 6 rounds. So that's an interesting strategic consideration. I want to say she was like on this side. Good fucking luck seeing jack shit. Okay, it's significantly brighter on the stream preview window, so I'm like looking over at OBS. Can't see what I'm aiming at though. Okay, I'm starting to see dudes. Is that her? I think it might be. But will they execute her as soon as they see me? Or are we at some kind of standoff type situation? It looks like there's 2 of them aiming at her. You know what? If I shoot a dude and something goes south and they kill her, then I'm no closer to understanding how it works. Because last time I kind of just ran up, like, she got executed, or died anyway. I think she was executed in about the same moment as I like realized that the dudes were even standing there. I was kind of blindly running towards the exit. So I'm tempted to kind of walk up a little closer to see if getting close triggers them like instantly killing her or what happens. I guess it's unlikely that we're gonna have some kind of dialogue scene with these dudes, but I'm also a little unsure if like sniping that one guy, is she gonna be safe? I mean, that's basically how the hostages work on frigate, right? There might be 3 dudes in the room, but as long as you take out the guy who's like got his gun on the hostage is you know, it's good. I'm also a little scared because... Can't... Okay, well, fuck it. Let's try it. I got his hat. Is that fucking Mishkin? It is. Oh, can we talk to him? I think we do. Okay. Because that's what happens in the movie, right? He captures them. Alright, so that was ultimately Data anyway. Because it seems like such a set piece kind of moment. And the way it, like, because I could tell now that I shot the first round and I shot his hat off, and you know, it was one silent round, so no one was alerted. But the instant I shot my second round, like, you could tell that every NPC in that group literally fired their gun instantly and simultaneously. So it's a good... And I'd even commented on right before I decided to try that it seems weird that you would have a dialogue scene with generic enemies. Like, dialogue seems reasonably like something that would only happen with story characters. But that was the guy. And in the movie, he, like, they get captured or whatever, because they're in this interrogation thing. And Odomov shows up and kills Mishkin because he gets wise to Oromov's treachery. Because I extremely vaguely recall the levels, like, there is the kind of... They're in that, like, library where they're in that chase in the movie that leads directly into, like, the tank chase. So, yeah. I mean, this is St. Petersburg 1, so of course... It makes sense that we would have the other St. Petersburg missions. So, yeah, I feel pretty confident at this point. It might be a silly thing to have failed a mission twice on, like, doing nothing. Or, I mean, like, just screwing myself over instantly for no good reason. But that's how it goes. I'm enjoying the process of, like, piecing together the kind of mechanics of how the missions function. Oh, he's like running away? Or running around at least. Oh my god. It's like, as long as I can make him whiff, it'll be fine. Then of course he fired a second round. Alright. Should be good on ammo. Not the cleanest run, but we're okay. Not the cleanest, but not bad. Not great, not terrible. That's what you might say. So I think it's just like trying to, in retrospect, piece together what happened that first time. So the reason I approached from the right was because on my first attempt, I approached from the left. There's a chunk of damage. I don't even want to imagine what it's like on 00. I approached from the left, and I, like, could barely reach. Like, I clearly bumped into the dudes, and she was kind of off in the distance, so I figured, like, oh yeah, she's gonna be kind of on the right-hand side, so I should approach from that side. But Mishkin is on the left-hand side, so I was probably, like, inches away from triggering what I need to trigger on that first attempt but panicked when I saw dudes and got a little trigger happy, and that actually is what caused the failure. Okay, now we need to be careful not to die here. Well, we know basically that the box is somewhere in this area, and we know what it looks like, so even if we don't see it or know where it's gonna go, easy enough to find when you know what to look for. Okay. Construction equipment looking like enemies. Okay, so let's try to go directly to Michigan and not fire a gun and see what happens. Oh, there we go. He was a little late there. Ah, Mr. Bond, I see you've taken it upon yourself to liven up something. Blowing up helicopters, shooting guards. Quite a jolly little soiree. Well, it's time to stop now before any more people get hurt. I'd like to ask you and Miss Simonova some questions about the Severnaya incident. Perhaps you'd care to lead the way to Military Intelligence HQ. There's a truck waiting outside. Yeah, we were extremely close that time. Come along, Mr. Bond. Just step through the gates and we can clear up this misunderstanding. Alright. Alright, that's cool. But it's definitely scary. Oh, we get a little cutscene. Sick. Still got the shotgun in hand. Ah. Alright. Yeah, that took longer than it should have. But, still satisfying to get it. So yeah, 540. 540 could obviously be cut down significantly. Even in the very end, I could have saved 10-15 seconds just running up full speed. And I imagine you can basically probably run through the gates. I'm assuming there's no need to stop and wait for his dialogue, because it didn't seem like the dialogue triggered any objective in itself. And she's still there, so like logically, running through would be fine. Otherwise it's just like not stopping, and probably, you know, can optimize the both dialogues with Valentin and Trevelyan a little bit, but that would probably bring us down to like 5 minutes. That's still a minute 45 you need to cut off still. That's crazy. It is currently 9:50 p.m. We've been going for a bit over 5 hours. I'm not in a super duper hurry to wrap up, but I should probably not go too late either. I am trying to kind of fix my sleep schedule a little bit, but I think what we should do is we should check out the next mission. Like previous streams, we have started each new stream by going into a mission like basically blind. I think we should probably do one attempt at the next mission, and if we're lucky we beat it first try, but more likely we don't and we get some good intel, some good data for the next stream, and we can hit the ground running. Now, it's gonna be a little bit before we play this next time probably, because as mentioned, Saturday is Tekken 8 beta test day, and we're gonna have to check out Double Dragon because it comes out tomorrow. So we'll probably revisit GoldenEye next week, in which case either the data we collect on the next mission is going to be very helpful, or it's going to make zero difference and we can just enjoy messing around with it a little bit tonight. Either way, I think it's a good idea to at least check it out. 102.5% accuracy, that's pretty good. I guess that must be because I hit multiple dudes with the same shot like a few times. Like I'm running through this level, and like I may have missed one or a few rounds at the meeting with Trevelyan because I'm firing the AK from a bit of a distance. But once you get the shotgun, you just like kill dudes. But it might also just be that like because it counts like multiple like pellets from the shotgun blast. That's like very weird, but I'm not sure how, like, if you have a weapon that has this kind of spread and it technically shoots, like, let's say it shoots 8 projectiles and one of them hits, like, would you count that as a hit or miss if it's binary? Maybe the game just checks, like, the game might just check, you know, rounds fired versus projectiles hitting a target, in which case every time you fire the shotgun, I don't think it's 8, that's probably a bit much, but let's say it shoots like 3 or 4 projectiles, and you could potentially fire one round and get 4 or 5 hits or something. 5, yeah. I was thinking about like the way it looks when it connects. It looks it looked like more than 3 or 4. I would have probably guessed 5. That's very funny. Well, we're quite the expert marksman, I guess. Mission 6, St. Petersburg, Part 2, Military Archives. Yeah, escape from the interrogation room, find Natalia, recover the helicopter black box, and escape. Sounds simple enough. This is another one of those you kind of start unarmed and you have to do some trickery. So I guess it's probably good to do a little bit of research. But from my extremely vague recollection, I don't remember this being like a stealth level. But of course, I had zero memory of Bunker 2. So who knows? Captured by the Russians, Bond must escape their military prison. Pretty funny, we're like... Technically, the Severnaya stuff is like a completely separate, like, excursion as far as the plot goes. But it feels very recent. So, where Bond just keeps getting captured and have to escape custody. I mean, even in the first, you know, the first prologue where you go to the facility, he's not exactly captured, but they kind of have him dead to rights, and they sort of capture Trevelyan, right? Like, so far we've gone out on a number of expeditions here, and a good amount of them seem to end, or at least involve Bond and or his cohorts being captured. Is kind of amusing, but it makes for good drama, right? Again? Captured again? I hope you can defend your performance, 007, because there isn't a lawyer in the land who'd take on the case. Your only chance is to speak directly to Defense Minister Mishkin. He's a reasonable man for a member of the Politburo. Failure is not an option, Bond. Dude, I fucking love the M briefings. They're so good. Yeah, Q's got jack shit for us as usual. Up to you to get out of this one, 007. I can't hold your hand all the time. By the way, get that flight recorder for me, would you? Thanks. Banged up again, James? Now you know what it's like to be trapped behind a desk. And I'm off to the theater with a gentleman tonight. How times change. Well, we get to see how some of the stuff in the early parts of the mission play out to kind of get used to it, I guess. Through Military Intelligence Archive, St. Petersburg. The music is great. It's so sick that like every mission has its own music. Alright, finding a gun shouldn't be too troublesome. So, Mr. Bond, what do you know about the theft of the GoldenEye? But I'm assuming running up to it is not a good idea. Odomov stole it. He's a traitor. Nonsense, Mr. Bond. General Odomov is a hero of the Soviet Union. Perhaps he was once, but he has betrayed you now. All lies, Mr. Bond. You're nothing but a terrorist. You will be executed along with that foolish girl. Natalia has done nothing wrong. She knows what happened at Severnaya. Really? Well, we shall have to ask her about that. Sure, she can be persuaded to answer our questions more fully. New orders from General Ormov. Kill this spy at once. Well, okay. Oh shit, I guess I should pick up the ammo. Yeah, pull a grenade. That seems very wise. mean, that worked out. Alright, okay. Alright. Alright, I'm not sure if we're operating on stealth rules here. There's a lot going on here already. What's up, Jimmy? Get some hydration in. Good idea. I'm out of Con Strong. This will have to do. Well, escaping the interrogation room was simple enough. So once again, I reckon you can... Like, I wanted the dialogue to just play out fully. To know what we kind of are up against here. As usual, I'm not asking questions for people to tell me. It's just thinking out loud. I wonder if this is a stealth type situation or not. I feel like not, because like the Bunker 2 doesn't really have an equivalent in the film, but the way the mission is set up, and well, I was gonna say the way the mission is set up, it makes sense that it sort of advocates for stealth, but there's nothing really, the game doesn't really tell you that stealth is important. You just have to suss that out from the fact that if you do not attempt stealth, you get fucking instantly destroyed. But this, I feel, doesn't have the same vibes, but I don't know. I could be wrong. I guess we'll... Ooh, there's a key. Can I please collect the key? I heard a key collecting noise. Alright, get fucked, doke. Alright, I'm starting to suspect that maybe I want to use stealth after all. What do we have? I do have a watch magnet attract. Interrogation room key. Okay, I guess that's not... Well, I was gonna say that's probably not gonna help us, but it might help us find her. That's probably good. Well, if you want to do single rounds... Probably a good choice. Of course. This could just be a this stage is full of respawning dudes type situation. Yep, okay. Oh shit, dual. I was about to call this a clob. Kokarevs, I guess. Dostove. So maybe she's in this door across the hall. It's armor, okay. Excellent data. Stopping power in this is not really as impressive as it feels like it probably should be. Dude, explosive cardboard boxes. Alright. Is that a grenade? Or a hat? I think it's a hat. I guess enemies spawn in here, probably? Sure looks like it. I'm sure the Dostave is more powerful than the PPK. But it does not appear to have more stopping power than this. I still think at this point that I think I'm okay not doing stealth. Okay. There's like visibly something. See, that's exactly what I wanted to avoid. Something behind there, but it didn't seem like there'd be something to like explore, but I just wanted to check. These explosions are so dumb. Prisoners like this are kind of annoying, but like obviously I'm not expecting to clear this level. but I want to see how much I can. Whoa! Dude, fucking explosions in this game. Alright, Mr. Clob. A door getting fucking stuck. Good sign. Well, this sure looks like an interrogation room. Sign up her though. I figured she might be on the same floor as I was. Is that the same? Okay. Okay, so there's two routes away. I went this way, and you could have gone this way, and there's a staircase. I see. I see. Okay, I know there's one door I haven't gone through yet, but it would seem to me that that's probably like advancing to the next part of the stage. And I would expect her to be here. Well, not here, but like... Alright, that is a hat. I think it might have had a bullet hole in it. Made it look a little confusing. Oh, okay. It's weirdly empty. Maybe it's just a set amount of dudes and there's just a lot of them. But I just want to be like extra thorough. Did not go down this way. Yeah, right. Okay, this is exactly what I extremely vaguely recall. Because yeah, that's like kind of where in the movie he goes into this big library room. And he knocks over the bookcases to block the door. There's nothing specifically to suggest that that I've like missed finding her and I should avoid moving forward until I do. But that's just my gut instinct. But I feel like I did explore everything, so... The hell? Oh. I saw something completely different from that picture when I just whip panned the camera. It looks like a laughing young woman or something. I was like, what the hell is that picture? But I suspect she's... like, based on the fact that I didn't find her, that she's probably held something somewhere completely different. But yeah, I have vague recollections of like running around with Natalia in like these rooms with a bunch of bookcases everywhere. Could go. There's a staircase leading up that I'm inclined to want to explore before I go further down. Good thing these guys don't have 102% accuracy. Huh. Okay. Attic, I guess. I'm not even sure I could drop down. Like the way sort of not gravity exactly, but like verticality works in this game can be a little funky. Like obviously there's no jump. So there's not a lot of kind of platforming or vertical traversal beyond... Yeah, see, I can't drop down here. Beyond like going up and down stairs. And I guess ladders very occasionally. So there might have been another staircase there somewhere, but it's hard to make them out from the holes in the floor. Ah. Yeah, the fact that this game has like hit stun feels a bit weird. Like when you get shot, you literally get pushed pretty far. Like you get knocked back, but you also are in hit stun. You cannot fire your gun until you like recover. Okay, I'm having a fair amount of trouble navigating. It's true for most stages. Like there's a lot of repeated use of the same textures and kind of architecture. Everything ends up looking a bit same. What was Objective C? Over the black box, okay. So was that Mishkin? I guess it might have been. There's clearly someone I shouldn't shoot. Now I'm just curious to... Huh. Okay, I guess that's probably the exit? I was gonna say, I was curious to figure out where that room is in relation to... Well, where I start or literally any other place I can identify. But finding my way back to some place I know where it is from here... Gonna be a little tricky. Like, it would be nice to find her. But even if I do... Okay, here's a unique door. Would I even be able to tell where it is relative to anything else? But it doesn't hurt. You never know what we're gonna find. Because I was thinking otherwise, like, I might as well just run through the exit. Or at least, I guess, confirm that that was the exit. But yeah, dude, how the fuck was I supposed to know that that guy was someone I wasn't supposed to shoot when... He's just a little polygon soup with a black coat. Oh, shit. Alright, so I know what this room looks like. We're on this metal floored part. And it's this like little unique section. Angled door. Okay. I like these little cracks in the wall. It's a nice touch for a game that's otherwise fairly simplistic visually. I mean, not for its time or technology, of course, but... Escape through the library windows. Well, maybe the door I found that led outside isn't actually an exit. So the thing I have left to do is find the flight recorder. Dude, navigating this level feels huge compared to most other levels. I'm sure I have been running in circles here and there, but just the sheer amount of doors and staircases feels different from... Okay, so I wonder if does this lead back... Okay. I know where we are now. Right, so this is like the first... I think... Yes, okay. Right, so we start like downstairs from here. So I know how to find Natalia. I guess we need to bring Natalia to Mishkin. Because that's what happens in the movie, sort of, right? So if I... Oh, okay, she's piecing off. If I go up here... See... Yeah, it was here, right? Okay, I know how to find her. Now, from here... I think... Oh my god, these like... They're not spiral staircases exactly, but they turn you around enough. Navigating... Crazy. So I think... Maybe not. I was gonna say, wasn't he in here? He was in a room with a safe. Okay. I think he was on the lower floor, but... Could be wrong about that. That leads up to like the attic. I guess the question is, do I ever need to go up to the attic? This should bring me back, yeah. So she took off through here. Did she actually try to go to a particular spot here? Well, I don't think she was going to escape through that window. Where we started. There was that one part that I thought seemed like an exit-ish that had some kind of windows. we get separated. She ends up in the attic. I guess the attic might have had windows. Oh, well, okay. I was thinking she was going someplace. I mean, we might as well look at the attic if that's what she wants. Oh, here's a window. Yeah, see, that's a little doorway. Actually, I guess you could piece together how that connects. Because it leads to a little courtyard, but it looks exity. Because I don't think there were actual windows here, though, right? I'm going on about the windows because she had a line of dialogue about escaping through the windows, something, something. Let's see if we can make our way down there. This way. Wait, it's like the beginning. Doesn't make sense to me. Like here. Are we in some weird, like, four-dimensional space? Unless there's a hallway on the other side of that wall. I guess there could be. Yeah, there definitely could be. Yeah, if we go through here. Ah, that's the significance. Yeah, because there are like light. I noticed the god rays. Yeah, she got stuck on something, but at this point I was just curious to see if this was in fact the exit, because I just saw that it led literally like outside, even though it did look like a little courtyard, and wouldn't you know, we're in a little courtyard with no other doors than this one. That's not the exit, unless she can provide some information or something. I guess not. Okay, good. That means we have understood. Wait, is this... Wait, hang on. Was this connected? Oh, shit! We found the room with the safe. Yeah, we escaped through the library windows. Has Bond murdered everyone else in the building? It would appear so. Oh yeah, because we came from this way the first time. Oh yeah, I do have my magnet watch, I think. I'm not sure if it's gonna help, but... So presumably the, whatchamacallit, black box is in the safe. And that's actually all also kind of on the same side of the building as where we start. Actually, I shouldn't exit out, because I should see if we can... So I said, by the way, that we do one attempt. At this point, I definitely want to restart, because I'm not going to retain this spatial understanding of this level for like a week. I think this maybe a different... No? The attic up there. A little dead end. I'm getting lost again. Oh, that was... Oh, I see. That's how that door was oriented. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck... When... Yeah, that's the courtyard again. I don't know what windows she's talking about. Yeah, because that's the room we were in. I'm gonna look at the objectives, because... Yeah, okay. It seems like a simple enough map once you know where to go. Literally, yeah, finding the exit is the one thing. Like, just based on the fact that I walked into a room with a safe and I shot a dude, and based on the fact that Natalia and Bond do have a conversation with Mishkin in the film makes me suspect that it was actually Mishkin that I shot. And I reckon walking in there, if shooting them is an instant fail, then clearly the other option is to not shoot. And so we're going to do that next time, and we're going to make sure to bring her with us, and we'll see if that makes a difference. Because I don't think, like, whatever we have to do to exit the level, I don't think is dependent on having finished the other objectives. Like, I don't think we're failing to leave because we didn't do the other things, because that's not typically how it works. It could be, conceivably, that you need her, but I don't even think that's true, probably. Maybe I was at the right place and I didn't mash the use button sufficiently. Like, library windows, like, I feel like I've seen windows, but they're not in the library part. I'm not sure to what windows she is referring. This brings us back to the beginning. No door. Oh, wait. Windows here. These are probably library windows. Aha! Okay. Straightforward enough. So, cross over to the other side, go upstairs to the room with the metal floor, go through the center door to find her. Mishkin is downstairs, but I forget exactly. I think he is back on the same side as I am, because he's basically immediately below where we exited the level, because there's those windows near where he was also. Okay, I think I know where he is. 21 minutes. I guess the enemies are not a super big concern, but it's a good thing if we can get the armor pretty quickly. I like that the gun is immediately in front of us. I wonder if we should... Probably not. Great, auto aim like didn't kick in. Yeah, there didn't seem to be anything to keep us or disincentivize us from just going. And I mean, yeah, it seems like there is just a static enemy supply in this stage. Of course. Where's the fucking armor? I'm so spooked. There it is. Standing next to all these fucking cardboard boxes. Because, you know, before you know it, that happens. Fucking getting stun locked. It's like the rate of fire is a bit shit when the frame drops too. Or the frames drop. Okay. Now I'm starting to wonder... Maybe we had a bunch of infinite spawns, so then I just stopped firing my guns, so it stopped spawning guys? I'm not sure. We got through that, but that didn't seem like the way to do that. But, I don't know. Yeah, this doesn't seem right. Piece the fuck out. if we can at least navigate. Whoa, hello. Level. Like, that guy clearly was alerted and heard me. That's right. I didn't have to, like, snipe. I'm scared. I'm getting out of here. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. There still were a lot of dudes early on. But I wonder if... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we will have to hang it up here for today. We'll see. So we should definitely grab the magazine before you grab the pistol, because that means when you bring up the pistol, it's already loaded. That guy's not currently holding a gun, is he? Oh, he is. Okay. Good face. Tactical hop. The stopping power of this gun does not seem much greater. Oh, I didn't fucking pick this up yet. Oh, this is going great. We can do this, I guess, but... Maybe I rushed out of this room too quickly. I don't know. Might be something to the stealth idea after all. Fucking hate that so much. Yeah, still unlocked. The explosive everything in this game is absolutely insane. And I thought it was stupid back then, and I think it's stupid now. Well, I'm sure you can conceivably make it here without having a billion dudes shooting at you. I wonder if you can, like, can you get it out, like, can't even speak. Can you make your way out of that first room with, like, singular gunshots? Like, as soon as you start grabbing your items, they start shooting. It didn't seem like if I wait for the green dude shows up to, like, start fighting back. But it's like, I could... I mean, we could try it, right? I could slap him, right? Oh, that seems to be the strat. Took him out way faster than I was expecting. The other guy's gonna come. My memory of the bunker was that you have to slap him like 5 times for him to die. But that's probably because my accuracy was just shit. Or this guy's weaker, I don't know. Hard to reload, but I was... Fucking knew I'd hit the hat. There's clearly a couple of dudes here. No. But there's clearly also significantly fewer than there would have been. Guys behind these boxes, I reckon. Yeah. Still took a good amount of hits, yeah. Whoa, that didn't give me a lot of armor, did it? I would have thought that it would just fill up the armor bar, but that was... Did the armor get shot first or something? Well, clearly, slapping those guys in the first room is the way to go. Yeah, the manual aiming is awkward, but I need it if I am to stop dudes with... I got fucking pushed halfway down the hallway by exploding cardboard boxes. So stupid. Knockback is kind of infuriating. But I'm not sure what's more infuriating, the knockback or the hit stun. It's like kind of interesting because the enemies are simultaneously like super omniscient and can react to stuff like weirdly from out of nowhere. And then other times they're like completely oblivious. Alright, my health bar is literally empty right now. I feel like I probably should have alerted someone. I heard doors, but that might have been doors closing. Alright, that's a clob. Like one stray bullet and I'm dead for sure. There's the guy behind me. I mean, we're kind of back to the bunker type situation where there's not maybe as much or at all guys on patrol. But clearly we're dealing with enemies being stationed and being alerted by... I don't know, because I guess I'm alerting them, but it's not exactly clear. Maybe get headshot with the slap. It's just knowing what I know, which is admittedly very little about how this shit works. It's a little confusing. Of course I hit him in the fucking hat. So these guys are like alerting each other, basically, right? Not consistent in whether they duck or not. But at least, you know, I probably didn't trigger any new spawns. Yeah, it's really perfect if you can line them up like that, so they're basically firing into their own cover. Yeah, that straight up just gives you 4 pips of armor. But it's funny, being careful and stealthy and sneaky and dealing with like 10% the amount of enemies still leads me to this point with like the same amount of health. That's when I was shooting like 50 dudes to get here. But it's at least something I'm beginning to approach routing. Now we're in the death hallway with explosive cardboard boxes. Stopping power of this should be greater, so... The problem with this gun is that I can only fire single rounds in aim mode. And you can kind of see how this is working out. Man, the game's a lot harder now. And, like, not as fun. Like, just the stealth and like infinitely spawning enemies shit is so goofy. Just like trying to think. I feel like you just gotta route it, but that first room is... Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, maybe once you break out of the first room... Actually, fuck it, let's try it. What if instead of turning right to fight those dudes, you immediately run into the armor room, and the guy who's in the hallway right outside is probably going to see you. Which means he will give chase. But he might not bring others with him. In fact, you can do that. He should definitely have seen me. He should have. Alright, that's very nice that that door opens that way, so I couldn't run through it. Shot. Alright, fuck it, let's just do that. Oh, he's alive. Oh. The first time I ran out, it didn't seem like the guy didn't seem to react. Man, if only I had knives. Dude, okay. If I'm kiting them around the door, honestly, I probably can slap all of them. Like, I'm not at range. So if I can trick them to come into the room... Like, it's all about being able to take out, like... Basically, the issue is, like, trying to fight more than one dude while remaining silent. Because if you fight one dude, you can shoot them once, and even if it's a bad hit, they might be stun locked for, like, 3 seconds. Alright, he clearly reacted. I think he shot a cardboard box. You do that, I guess. He'll try to come in, but at least I'll notice him, because he'll probably click through the door. The door's like wobbling. Or did he fucking explode himself? Well, partially, perhaps. Just judo chop stealth? I guess so. So funny. I think I've severely underestimated the power of the judo chop. That's just how we do things. Actually, we're up here too. Okay, let's see how far it makes sense to use this. It takes a good while for them to actually start shooting. Alright. Guess we got the strat. Pretty funny. I said, there's a guy here too. Yeah, even fucking running across rooms, there's really only one guy. I guess it's slappers only. That is... It's simultaneously hilarious and annoying how this is like the key to making this level 5 times easier. Trigger some stuff. You kind of like strafe around dudes easily enough, because they kind of lock in their firing direction and they do their like fancy canned animations. It's funny, I was thinking like, oh man, what if having a gun out causes problems with Mishkin? Like, I can't just holster my guns. But no, it turns out that I can and I must. Because running around unarmed is like the superior strat for this stage. Very funny that he can just chop them in the face once and they're like instantly dead. Alright. Okay. Okay, that's not Mishkin. I should not have gone in here, but... No one can, like, hit me almost, so... My 6's budget must be tight. Maybe it should be. Maybe the agents should just learn to do things this way. Right, so that's back to the start. Oh yeah, we need to talk to Mish. Ah, that's cool that you said... I'm trying, but... Alright, let's get her out of the way. There we go. Let's squeeze past. Right, so I need to... I think I know roughly where to go. Just not sure how to get there, because the windows are here, right? Yeah, and he's like below us. Crouch. Strap. I guess I need to go... No, there's a staircase there, and then I leave through that door. Alright, let's do some jukes. I mean, you run pretty fast. Could be this way. But let's try to make sure that she's with us. She might have to be. I guess the high number of doors is gives her trouble. Maybe we can escape through these windows. I guess we don't necessarily need to be upstairs. There he is. Can we have this conversation? Here's you were correct, Mr. Bond. Okay, now what? We need to... Yeah, I know we need to talk to Defense Minister Mishkin. I'm trying. But getting stuck in the door. Oh, there we go. Can we have a conversation now? Is he following me? What's going on here? Yeah, I know. I'm trying. Okay, I'm doing my best here, Natalia. What if I go inside here? Now, are we fucking up because he's not in the room? Oh, there we go. General Urumov is our traitor. Yep. Yep, I heard it the first time, but please, by all means. Even trusted friends are capable of betrayal. Very deep thoughts here from Bond. Costly lesson. How are you gonna help? You need the black box from the stolen helicopter? I sure could use it. Yes, it proves that Giannis was involved in the 7-Eye incident. Got safe key. It is in the safe. Hell yeah. Objective completed. Pleasure doing business with you. Alright. Let's just double check. I cannot fucking believe we just slappers only our way through this level, and that's like just how to do it. It makes me think, in hindsight, maybe that's just what we should have done for Bunker. Obviously you got the cameras and stuff to deal with, but like as far as taking out the dudes, maybe you can just be a little gung-ho. Oh yeah. Now we might need a gun for this. Oh, fuck it. I guess I shouldn't be too afraid of alerting guards when we're literally by the exit. That was very funny and also kind of pathetic, but also great. We did it. 705. Accuracy 0%. We got 102 on the last level, and for this one we got 0. Shot total 4, and those were all shooting the window at the end. 21 unarmed kills. Pretty good though. 0 hits. Doesn't count headshots. Ah, we got the tank level. But that's a good place to wrap up for tonight. We got the tank level to look forward next time. Contact Valentine, pursue Odomov and Natalia. Pursue Natalia. Did we lose her again? I'm sure we did. Minimize civilian casualties. We got a civilian casualty allowance of a couple, I'm sure. Well, we cleared 3 stages, and that included one really tough stage to figure out, and Bunker was a little bit of a trial by fire, but getting through it for sure helped make both Statue and Archives a little easier in a way. And I'm sure it's true what some people said, that going back to other stages now, especially like trying 00, having learned a little bit more patience, a little bit more insight into the inner workings of the game, makes that a little bit more possible. Well, let's pause the timer there. We're at 8 hours 43 minutes, and we are, I guess, a good 2/3 through, 3/4, because I guess the level list, it goes all the way to the bottom right, but the last 2 are like bonus stages, right? I don't answer that, that's fine, but I would guess that we have 6 stages left, so that means, well, 7 I guess, counting streets. I would suspect that would mean at least 2 more streams. This is a chunky game compared to everything that came before it, but well, compared to most things, Operation Stealth was still like 15 hours or something. But this might well be up there by the time we're done with it, for sure. Very interesting compared to like just imagining what playing through Quake or Doom, or I guess like Quake 2 or something would be like. Very interesting, kind of from an FPS perspective as well as a Bond perspective. As mentioned, I will be back on Saturday. We will be checking out the new Double Dragon game, and we should definitely take a quick look at the Tekken 8 closed network test, to which I received an invite this morning. What else? I guess that's it for now. Next week we'll see. I guess I should try to finish this game next week. I might, yeah, we'll see how that goes. I might very well do stream a little bit earlier in the day, or like start streams a little earlier on Monday and Wednesday next week, to try my best to have time to finish this game, because next weekend, not this upcoming weekend, but next weekend is Evo, and I'll be hanging out with some friends for an all weekend Evo watch along / barbecue / gaming chill out hangout sesh, which means I will not be streaming. So we'll go probably about a week of no streams, and it would be nice to not have that happen in the middle of GoldenEye. But we'll do it if it comes to it. It's not that big of a deal. If push comes to shove, it's possible that I might do an extra stream next week, but I wouldn't count on it. You'll beat Evo? Sick. Well, good luck. As usual, you can take a look at my Discord, where I usually attempt, at least, to post some updates when I have them on scheduling changes or upcoming stream info and whatnot. I will try to figure out if we're doing some kind of movie night on Saturday. I'm a little bit on the fence right now, but if I figure something out, I'll try to have it posted tomorrow or Friday, so there's a slight bit of heads up. If we do, then we will be watching some kind of video game movie, which we usually do, except for when we watch Bond films, typically. But I'll have to take a look at that and figure it out, see if we do something or not. But yeah, thanks a lot for hanging out. It's been fun. I'm enjoying this game a lot, and I'm enjoying the various kinds of interesting conversations that it tends to foster. Mullet Fighter, thank you very much for that follow. Now, as we wrap up, let's see who we are going to raid. Let's see what is happening. I feel like I'm too tired to think too hard about this. That's a good sign though, actually, because I need to not stay up all night. I didn't get too much sleep because I'm trying to force my sleeping schedule back to something more proper. Dino streaming, looks like he's doing Legendary Axe. Yeah, why not? Legendary Axe 2 on the PC Engine. Let's go take a look at that. Quality Axe gaming. Take care, everybody. See you guys back for some Double Dragon on Saturday. Peace.